ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ರೆಡ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಮೈಕ್. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ? Good morning. Yesterday we started with completion of geography happened and we started with environment. Okay. In environment we have covered few specific topics like ecology, types of ecology, environment, its meaning, various types. Then we have law of energy. After that, we moved into food chain, food web, ecological pyramids, and we completed two basic concepts like biomagnification and bioarchaeology. Okay, these are the overview of yesterday's topic which we have covered for 3 hours. Okay, today we are dealing the next part of which is a population. Today our area of interest is to learn about population and its interaction. Population and its interactions. Okay, in that interactions, giving brief introduction to interaction, you know, any population here on the earth, they have some or the other kinds. It may be a positive interaction with the other organisms or negative interaction with the other organism. Saying so, we have 6 major types of population interactions. One is interaction where both the organisms get benefited. Okay, where both the organisms get benefited. Such interaction is called as mutualism. They will mutually get benefited. Then we have interaction where both of the organisms get negatively affected. Such is known as competition. Then we have one will get affected positively and other one is affected negatively. Similarly, we have one is affected negatively, other one has no effect or they remain neutral. Okay, this is known as amensalism. The other one is where one is get positive effects and the other remains neutral is known as commensalism. Okay. Lastly, we have 2 more different kinds where one is gaining something, another one is losing something. Similarly, one is losing, another one is gaining. This is known as predation. Predation, where predating animal get positive benefits, but prey is negatively affected. Similarly, the last one is parasitism. What are parasites? Small? Food, which takes food from the host. There are two kinds of parasites. One is endoparasite, another one is ectoparasite. What is the meaning of endoparasite? Another one? Yeah, they will live on the surface of body. In parasites, we have two kinds. One is endo, which is living inside the host body and derives its nutrition. Another one is exoparasite, which is remaining outside and gaining its energy. Can you give any example for this? I'm asking only for these two because we have come across these terms before also. Can you give any example for parasitism? Endo? Amoeba, okay. Ecto? Good. Head lice, wood lice. Any lice is an example of ectoparasite. Similarly, any example for predation? You are getting confused with this. Any example for predation? No? What is predation? You can give. Predate. Like secondary consumer attacking and eating. Tertiary consumer attacking and eating secondary consumer. Any example? Tertiary consumer. Any example for tertiary consumer? Tertiary consumer is the last one. Good. Be it lion, tiger, they will prey. They will find their foods by preying. They will prey what? Deer, rabbit. Here what happens? These animals like tertiary consumers like lion and tiger, they get positively benefited. They get nutrition, whereas they will die. Rabbit and deer, they get negatively impacted. They will die. Okay. Then we have mutualism. In mutualism, both the organisms get positive benefits from each other. Can you give any example for such type of interaction? In mutualism, one organism is also getting positively benefited and the other also gets positive benefit out of it. Can you give an example for mutualism? ಎರಡು ಆರ್ಗಾನಿಸಮ್ಸ್ಗೂ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಎರಡು ಆರ್ಗಾನಿಸಮ್ ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಆರ್ಗಾನಿಸಮ್ಗೂ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮ್ಯೂಚುವಲಿಸಮ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? Leguminous plants. Have you heard of legume plants? Legume plants? No. Legume plants are the plants in which we find symbiotic association in their roots. The roots have symbiotic association of one is a plant. The other one is rhizobium. There is a nodule formation in which we have microbes called as rhizobium. Okay. These microbes help plants by fixing atmospheric N2. They will fix atmospheric nitrogen and give this nutrition to the plant's roots. Whereas plants provide shelter to this rhizobium. And also they will also provide some food and nutrition to this rhizobium bacteria. Okay. This is the one best example for our mutualism. Okay. There are other examples also. At least for now, just learn one example for each. Have you understand what is mutualism? Both the organisms getting benefited. In this, plants get benefit from rhizobium, as rhizobium fixes atmospheric nitrogen. Similarly, the rhizobium get benefiting from the plant, it gives shelter and nutrition. Okay. Any example of any animal? Oh. Pollination. Have you heard of pollination word? For example, pollination is done by honeybee. Right. There are many other organisms which do pollination, we are taking example of honeybee. Honeybee get nectar from the flower. Honeybee get what? Honeybee gets its food. Its food is nothing, nectar from the flower, whereas it will pollinate. What is the pollination or meaning of pollination is, in flowers we have two major parts. One is anthers. Anther is a male part, okay? Anther is a male part, whereas pistil is the female part. Okay? Anther is male part, pistil is a female part. During fertilization of any flower, anther contains small grain-like structure. These are called as pollen grains. These pollen grains have to move from anthers to the stigma. Stigma is a part pistil. Okay? This process can be done with the help of such agents called as honey. Okay, honeybee doing pollination. While doing pollination, it will help the plant or flower to get fertilized, whereas it will get nectar from the flower. This is one of the best example which we can see in our daily lives. Okay. Then we have competition. Can you give any example of competition where both the organisms get affected negatively? ಎರಡು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ಗೆ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಇಂಟರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ಸ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಅಫೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಬೋತ್ ದ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಕಾಂಪೀಟ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸಿಮಿಲರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಸೇಮ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ಗೆ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಕಾಂಪೀಟ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ sorry frog and snake they will compete for what ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಟಾಪರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೂ ಟಾಪರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಜಿದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ತಾನೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದು ಅದೇ ತರ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಶೋ ಸಮ್ ಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ an examples it is easy it can be two tigers two lions beat anything okay they can compete for same resource another example is two plants or two trees growing in the same region okay when two trees are growing in same region they will compete for sunlight ನನಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸನ್ಲೈಟ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ರು ಬ್ರಾಂಚಸ್ ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಶೇಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಓಕೆ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಕಾಂಪೀಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸನ್ಲೈಟ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಕಾಂಪೀಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಗುಡ್ they will compete for nutrients also when they are too close to each other they will compete for nutrients also the roots are overlapping they will compete for nutrients also this is one of the example of competition where they get competition for similar kind of resources okay then we have amensalism and commensalism in commensalism one is getting positively benefited the other one is remaining neutral okay this for this best example is cow and egret okay cockroach have you heard of this cockroach cockroach white color this will surround the cows right what they will do they will have ticks from the bodies of cow they will eat the ticks from the bodies of cow they will get positively benefited okay then this cow is neither affected adu ticks idru ashte eldella idru ashte they can survive adana best example okay these egrets are nothing but cockroach these are like birds white birds yeah they will pick ticks from the bodies of cow and they get positively benefited because they derive nutrition or food from that whereas cows are not neither affected nor benefited then we have amensalism one is negatively affected another one is neither affected nor positively getting okay for this best example is allelopathy okay Let me explain. These two are new for you, hence I have not asked any examples from them. Allelopathy is a type where plants exudate some liquid in this plant exudate in the sense they emit, okay, exudate some liquid chemicals, okay, liquid chemicals which will inhibit the growth of other plants surrounding it, okay. For example, best example is Parthenium. In Parthenium, have you seen the Parthenium growing in your fields or nearby railway stations? You can see anywhere, be it in bus stand, railway station, anywhere. If you observe the growth of Parthenium, around few meters around the Parthenium, you will never get any other kind of plants. At least if this is Parthenium plant, around 1 meter, you will not get any other kind of plants, be it grass also, because they will emit some kind of chemicals from their roots and also from their leaves and branches. This chemical inhibit the growth of other plants surrounding it. Okay, this is the example of allelopathy. Allelopathic effect is nothing but one plant is emitting some chemicals which inhibits the growth of other plants. Okay, this is example of amensalism. Is this clear? These are the 6 major types of population interactions. Okay, take down. Vishwanath, can you tell what is population? Population andrenu? Group of similar species which can interbreed, okay, which can interbreed and produce fertile offspring. Okay. Yeah. Then you take down population interaction. You make a column like this only. First one is interaction. Second one is species A and species B. Third one, examples. In examples, you just write the examples provided here. Just leave 1 or 2 lines. You collect 2 to 3 examples for each of the interactions. Is that visible? The last two lines. Good. Okay. Please do not forget to collect more examples for each of these because you are in the competitive exams. If this is not an academic exam, the examples in your exam does not come from here only. Okay. You may take coaching at Delhi, Hyderabad, anywhere. Any teacher cannot predict which example, which question will appear in your exams. Okay. Any teacher, be it any teacher, if they have 25 years of experience also, they cannot predict what is going to be coming in the exam. We can tell these concepts are important, but you have to work more and more. You have to solve more. Okay. Then we have important concept called as productivity. First, let us understand what is the meaning of productivity. We can also use this word in our studies. If you have read enough and if you can recall from that, you can say your studies are productive enough. Okay. Similarly, what might be the meaning of productivity in an ecosystem, in an environment? What might be the productivity? What is the major thing that ecosystem is doing? Ecosystem, at least think about plants. Plants in mukhya kelsa ಏನು? What are plants doing? What will plants do? Gives us fresh air. Okay. Apart from that, yeah, these are called as producers because they produce something and they fix atmospheric carbon dioxide into glucose molecules. Okay. They produce something. In the presence of sunlight, they convert carbon dioxide into glucose molecule. What is this process called as? Photosynthesis. Good. This process is called as photosynthesis. While doing so, they will form some dry matter which is called as biomass. Okay. This glucose or the energy produced by the plants, they will be stored in leaves, stems, fruits, flowers. This entire thing where the energy of plants is stored is called as dry matter of plant. That is called as biomass produced by the plant. Okay. In productivity, what we will calculate is total amount of biomass produced in an ecosystem. The productivity we will calculate total biomass produced in an ecosystem per unit area in unit time. Okay. This is a simple definition of productivity of any ecosystem. We will calculate what? Total biomass. Biomass in the sense this is dry matter content produced in an ecosystem. What are dry matter content produced in an ecosystem? Then what might be the unit to measure this? Energy, I have given the unit. Yesterday, while speaking about law of energy, I said unit of energy is. Sorry? What is the unit of energy? Oh, that is physics energy. Here we are speaking about our body's energy, that energy. Okay. What is it? Sun. I'm asking, you have written this table, no? Pyramid of energy. In pyramid of energy, you have written some numericals, then you have put some unit. What is this unit? ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಓದಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಹಾ ಓದ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಜ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದ್ 2-3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬುಕ್ ತೆಗಿತೀರಾ ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಹಾ ಸಾರಿ these are called as tropical levels. What is the unit of energy? Kilojoules is the unit of energy. Okay na? Okay. In productivity, we have two kinds of productivity. One is primary productivity. Second one is secondary productivity. Okay. In primary productivity, we have other two kinds. One is net primary productivity. First one is gross primary productivity. Second one is net primary productivity. Okay. These are the two major types. One is primary productivity, another one is secondary productivity. Let us understand what does this primary productivity means. Okay. In primary productivity, what we will calculate is total amount of biomass produced by the producers. Producers are nothing but plants. Producers or plants per unit area per unit time. Okay. In primary productivity, we calculate total amount of biomass, total amount of dry matter produced by plants present in a given area in a given time. So say for example, given area is 1 meter square and time is 1 year. For 1 year, in 1 meter square, how many plants can produce how much amount of biomass or how much kgs of dry matter. This is what is known as primary productivity. In that, we have gross primary productivity and net primary productivity. Gross primary productivity, what we will calculate is total. Total of biomass produced by these producers per unit area per unit time. Whereas in net primary productivity, we will minus respiratory losses from the plants. We will minus respiratory losses from the plants. For example, in this area, there are few plants growing. They will use some amount of energy for their metabolic activities, for their own metabolism, for their own digestion, for their own growth. They will use some amount of energy. Thus, that energy we will minus and we will arrive at a new thing called net primary productivity. Then say me, which is greater, gross or net primary productivity? Which is in technical terms, ಇದೆರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಯಾವುದು ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಆರ್ ನೆಟ್ in net primary productivity we are subtracting something. How come it be the greatest one? We are subtracting some amount of energy here from gross primary productivity. We are subtracting r is nothing but respiratory losses. Okay, then which is more compared to these two? Which is more, gross or net? Gross is always greater than net primary productivity. Is this concept clear? How we arrive at gross primary productivity and net primary productivity? Secondary productivity is the new biomass produced by consumers. In this, what they are saying is, first we have producers, for example, plants. Plants are being eaten by herbivores, or we simply say consumers. Okay. After eating plants, for example, humans, we eat plants. After eating plants, how much amount of biomass we generate? That is our weight. Okay. How much amount of biomass we generate? That is known as secondary productivity. Okay. Is this clear? Secondary productivity is the productivity of consumers, whereas primary productivity is the productivity of producers. That is producers. Okay. Take down productivity. The rate of formation of biomass. Rate of formation of biomass per unit area per unit time. Unit of productivity is kilocalories per meter square per year. Types. Okay. Gross primary productivity. One sentence is enough. Either first one or second, whichever you are in which you are understanding, you can take down. First sentence and you take down this. Then this formula, last one in the red color. NPP is equal to GPP minus R. Good. Okay. Then we have classification of ecosystems based on productivity. Vishwanath, can you tell me what is the meaning of ecosystem? Ecosystem. ನಿಮ್ಮೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಇವರಿಬ್ರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನೆ. ಏನ್ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿ, ನೋಡಿ ಹೇಳಿ. Good. Ecosystem is something where we see various communities or population interacting with their abiotic systems. Abiotic system is nothing but your light, temperature, rain. This is what we call as abiotic system. Okay, and be it lithosphere, hydrosphere, atmosphere, all this comes under abiotic systems. Okay, in ecosystem we will study both. It is living creatures and also their non-living creatures. Okay. Based on productivity, we have three major classification. One, the ecosystem with highest productivity. The other one is ecosystem with intermediate productivity, and next one is with low productivity. Best example of ecosystem having high productivity is tropical evergreen forest. Have you seen any tropical evergreen forest, at least in pictures? Okay. In evergreen forest, we find dense forest. When the forest is dense, the productivity, the amount of biomass produced by such forest will be high or low? High. The best example is tropical evergreen forest. Then we have intensive farming. Intensive farming is the kind of farming where we plant species very close to one another. The spacing will be very less. We plant the species very close to one another. In such type of ecosystem, will the productivity high or low? When the space is less, more number of plants can accommodate piece of land. In such kinds, we have higher productivity. Okay. For then we have example for low productivity. Low productivity is the area where the sunlight is less, or the nutrition or the water is less. Okay. Best example is our desert region. Desert, we have deficiency of what? Water. And they face extreme temperature, so we have lesser productivity. The plants are very less, are scattered in the deserts. Then we have snow-covered wastelands. Wherever snow is there, that is indication of extreme temperature, extreme low temperature. The life will be very less. Then deep sea oceans. Deep sea, we have less light. No light penetration in deep into the seas. There we have less or low productivity. Okay. In some regions, we have intermediate productivity, which is moderate between these two. One is grasslands. Next is shallow lakes and our farmlands, agriculture farmlands. Okay. Take this example. In that, you have to know starting 2 to 3 higher productivity regions. First and foremost, in terrestrial ecosystem, we have two types of ecosystem. One is terrestrial, another one is aquatic. Terrestrial is something on land, whereas aquatic on water. Oh. In terrestrial ecosystem, first region where we find high amount of productivity is swamps and marshes. Swamps and marshes are nothing but your wetlands. Okay, these are wetlands where water is shallow. Such is called as swamps and marshes. These can be seen in river's mouth, where river is joining an ocean. For example, in India, we see many deltaic region here. In such areas, we can see swamps and marshes. Okay, in swamps and marshes, we can find many amount of species and their productivity will be high. Second important one is tropical rainforest. Second important area where we find highest amount of productivity is tropical rainforest. Then we have temperate forest. At least starting 3, 4, 5, you should know. Then we have coniferous forest. Where is coniferous forest? These are temperate forest. These are kind of temperate forest where the plant species are like cone-like. Okay. Example, pine tree. This is known as coniferous forest. Then we have taiga. Taiga is the region where the temperatures are low. Okay. Then we have aquatic ecosystem. In aquatic ecosystem, the highest productivity is seen in estuaries. Estuaries, what is the meaning of estuary? Estuary andre ಏನು ಇರಬಹುದು? Estuary is a place where this fresh water meets marine water. Okay. Fresh water meeting marine water. We find a region of ecotone here that is called as estuaries. In such estuaries, we find high amount of productivity. Productivity in the sense, more number of species are found in this region. Okay. Then we have lakes and streams. Lakes and streams are example of freshwater bodies. Okay. Take on these three. I know Aisha and Vishwanath from past 1 week, right? You both are studious, okay? But you are not putting effort at home. make use of this opportunity, because in other institutes they are providing low quality content. Okay, here especially in this institute they are planning to bring you a good quality teachers. Okay, they are hiring from Bangalore. They are taking lot of efforts, so please kindly attend the classes regularly. Okay. Okay. The question will be asked like this. They will give few options, for example, temperate forest, savanna, agricultural lands, tropical rainforest. Arrange the following in terms of their productivity. Okay. Or you may get these three. Or they will give few options. They will ask which among the following has highest amount of productivity. Okay. For that, you should know the order of productivity. Productivity of different ecosystems. If you are fast enough, you take. Okay. If you're fast enough, take more number of examples in an order, so that in exam we don't know what will be the question. Keep it in silent. Done. Now we have another important topic, ecological succession. Okay. What is the meaning of this word succession? Succession is something where a previous community will be replaced by a new community. Okay. For example, if there are grasses here, first they will be replaced by some herbs. Then they will be replaced by some shrubs. Lastly, they will be replaced by okay. Such kind of sequential transformation of communities from one community to next is known as ecological succession. Okay, these happens in a series. Okay, do you think all this happens all of a sudden, or does that take some time? It yeah yeah it takes time for about hundreds of years. In sometimes it may be several thousands of years also. Okay, it takes a long time gap for these transitions from one community to the final community. Okay, in this ecological succession we have three stages. Okay, we have three stages. First one is pioneer colonies. Second one is seeds. And third one is climax community. We have three major stages in ecological succession. Let us understand one by one. Imagine there is a hill rock in your village. Okay, hill rock, or what we call something which is barren. ಗುಡ್ಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ವಾ, ಗುಡ್ಡ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬ್ಯಾರನ್ ರಾಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ ತರದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ there are few species which can grow in such barren lands. These are called as pioneer colonizers, which colonizes the barren places for the first time. These are called as pioneer colonizers. Can you give any example for such species which can occur first? This is barren land. This is entirely hill. There is less amount of soil present on this hill. Algae. Oh, in that algae, we take it as lichens. Okay, lichens. And another species we have mosses. These are not actually the true plants. They look like a patch of green or black color plants. Like they are not actually plants. They looks like your patchy algae only. These are called as lichens and mosses. In mosses, we have a small primordial roots. Okay, these can grow in areas where the amount of soil is very less. Amount of soil is very low. For example, say for about 2 to 3 centimeter of soil or below that they can grow. Okay, they can grow in areas where the areas are barren and soil formation is in still a primary stage. Okay, then we have series, or it is also called as serial communities. With passage of time, the soil formation increases, the soil thickness will increase. With passage of time, eventually these species which can grow in barren rock are being replaced by our grasses. Okay, are being replaced by grasses. Grasses can grow in 2 to 3 inches of soil, right? This your lawns and all. Such type of grasses appears after few years, when the soil formation and the soil thickness increases. After grasses, when even after few hundreds of years, when the soil thickness increases even more, we will find shrubs. Okay, small soil plants called as shrubs. This change from one stage to another, we called it as series or serial communities. Okay. Then we have last stage, which is known as climax community, where after shrubs we have trees. When the soil is very thick, for example, it can be a few meters. ಇಲ್ಲೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು few meters to soil formation ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವಾಗ we will find that as trees. Okay. When tree is formed, do you observe grasses also, shrubs also? Yeah, it is a forest ecosystem. When trees are formed, we will find all these. All these, they are not get entirely replaced. They will live together, and such type we call it as forest. It is a more stable compared to other stages. Because in other stages, we will find transformation from one serial community to another. But when it is the formation of forest, which is very stable, such stable communities we call it as climax community. There is less change from here on. There is less change of species. Species means entire community, there is less change. They will die, they will grow, that will happen. Comparatively, the changes in serial community is very high. Okay, these are the major three stages of ecological succession.
Can mushroom be example?
No, mushroom cannot. Because mushroom is a saprophyte which can be grown on dead and decayed matter. Okay. Wherever you find mushroom, there will be pre-existing life. There should be something which is dead and decayed. It cannot colonize this barren rock. Okay. Then we have two types of ecological succession. First one is primary succession. Next, we have secondary succession. Okay. Let us understand what is the meaning of primary. Primary. Elladru primary and bandra adu enanta helutta? What is the meaning of word primary? Yeah. That is first. Primary is nothing but first. Here we find this succession happening for the first time. For the first time. Okay. Here we see succession happening for second time. What does this says? This says here succession happens on barren area where no prior life is seen. No prior life is seen. In secondary succession, the succession occurs on pre-existing feature which are destroyed now. But they are destroyed now. Best example for this. Can you give any example for primary succession? Pioneer colonizers, this is a stage. It will occur in both types of succession. Okay. Primary succession happens. Pioneer colonizers, these are examples. Primary succession happens on two kinds. One is xerar, which is nothing but your barren rock. Okay. Something which happens on barren rock. Fresh agi ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂಚೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಲೈಫ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ರಾಕ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಏನಂತೀವಿ xerar succession ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Then we have hydrar. Hydrar is your aquatic succession where we find a pond, a new pond, from where the pond will get aged, while along with aging of pond we will see continuous change in communities and formation of forest at the end. Okay. This is called primary succession, where succession is starting from new plant form. This is new. Xerar is nothing but barren rock. Okay. Here in secondary succession, can you give any example of secondary succession which says already the life existed, but the life get devastated due to some natural calamities. Can you give any example of such secondary succession happening places? ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಲೈಫ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ರೀಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸತ್ತು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗೋದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಸಕ್ಸೆಷನ್. I'm not asking about specific species. The place where succession, secondary succession happens.
Grasslands.
In grasslands, no. Actually, forest areas are half right. It is after forest fires. Okay, there should be some devastations after forest fire. The entire forest will be burnt, right? After burning of forest, the new species emerges from scratch. That is known as secondary succession. Forest fire is one such example. After floods, you experienced floods here in Kalaburagi, right? This is a minor flood. If a flood is major, it will carry all the things from the town areas or from village areas. It will carry everything, be it animals, be it your car, be it materialistic life, house, everything will be devastated. After that, if government invests something for rehabilitation, that is called as secondary succession. Okay, this is an example of urban area. In natural ecosystems, it happens as it is. Okay, apart from forest fire, floods, any other examples? Yeah, any disaster we can take. Okay, then you tell me which is more time taking, whether primary succession requires more time to reach final community or the secondary succession requires more time to reach the final community. Primary succession. You? Secondary succession require more time. Okay, primary succession require less time.
This also takes about 100 to 2,000 years to change the stages. It depends on the climatic change when forest fires also and product. So after that, it takes a lot of time.
It takes a lot of time. Yes, I agree with you. Both takes a lot of time. Okay, in that, primary succession requires more time because in primary succession, it will start from the scratch. The soil formation requires more time. Okay, it will start from the scratch. It will start on barren rocks. Okay, the soil formation. Imagine to develop a forest, we need at least several meters of soil, right? Forest ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಟ್ರೀ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ it requires several meters of soil under that. To form that much soil, we require thousands of years here. Okay, whereas comparatively, this is less time take because soil is already formed. Only we require some colonizers to start the life. Some pioneer colonizers, then we can change, this will change over a period of time. For example, for 20 to 30 years, it will regain next community. Then in 20 years, they will get next community. Okay, it is more time taking. Then my next question is number of serial stages. Have you understood this word, seer or serial stages, which I explained before? Have you understood that word? Then tell me, the number of serial stages required in primary succession, will that be more number of seers or the secondary succession has more number of seers? Seers is change in community. Okay, change in community. Whether the primary succession has more serial stages or the secondary succession has more serial stages. Primary. All giving the same answer. Good. Primary succession has more number of serial changes. But secondary is less. Okay, this is clear. This is the basic overview of various types of succession. Another, we have two types like autogenic succession and allogenic succession, which are minor. Auto, when it starts with life, biotic community. Allo, when it starts with abiotic community. Okay, this is called autogenic and allogenic succession. This is a broad thing related to ecological succession. So let us See some photos here. Okay. This is the pond ecosystem. This is an example of pond ecosystem. Which is an example of hydraulic succession, which is starting with water. Okay. In this hydraulic succession, we have fresh pond here. In this pond, we see less number of species here. Okay. After few years, you can see some plants growing here and there, some amount of fishes. Okay. Then after a few years, we find more amount of soil, or this is called as sediment. More, the sediment will increase. When the sediment is increasing, the soil level, that is sediments, increases and they will support tall plants. Okay, the plants increases. Then after several years, the sediment still increase and this will provide support to many shrubs. Okay, shrubs appear. Then we have trees. Okay, the pond ecosystem is entirely converted into your forest. This is an example of hydraulic succession. Then this is an example of xeric succession. Okay, we have a barren rock here. ಬಂಡೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಬ್ಯಾರನ್ ರಾಕ್ ಇದೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚೂರ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ we have colonizers called as lichens and mosses which appear like this. Okay, small green patches or black patches, they will appear. Then after that the soil formation increases, we have grasses. After the soil thickness even increases, we have tall grasses. Then the soil layer develops good, then we have shrubs. Lastly, when the soil layer is deep enough, we will get forest. This is an example of xeric succession. The first one to colonize are called as pioneer communities or pioneer species. The middle one are called intermediate, and the last one we call them climax community. Okay. In the process of ecological succession, we have 5 major terms. Process. Okay, how this occurs? First one is nudation, or we can say denudation. What is the word denudation means or nudation means? Any nudation or denudation is nothing but your like eros land. Anything that is barren is called as nude. Okay, nudation. Then we have invasion. In invasion, what happens? Some new species come and colonize the place. That is called as invasion. In secondary succession, imagine after forest fire, the first species to occur, these are called as invaded species. Okay, they come from far away. For example, this is your forest fire occurred area. Some animals will visit, no? Be it elephant, be it tiger, lion, any animal. Say for our study, let us take deer, elephant. Okay. When they visit such places, their dung as some seeds. Out in the seeds that do not undergo digestion, that dung consists of such seeds. Such seeds will be planted here. Such seeds will appear first. Such is called as invasion. Okay. Then we have competition and coaction, where among the species which are growing in the starting stages, there will be competition for light, energy, water, and nutrients. That is called as competition and coaction. Then we have reaction. In reaction, which are suitable for particular region, they will survive, other will die. Okay, which are suitable for that region, for that temperature, for that amount of nutrients they are getting, for the rainfall, they will be remaining, other will die at this stage. Then we have stabilization, that is climax community, where the changes are very less. After reaching this stage, the change in community is very less. They will remain more or less stable in terms of population, density, richness, etc. Okay, these are the 5 processes of ecological succession. This is an example of primary succession, which is starting from barren rock. This is example of secondary succession, starting from forest fire. After that, we have a landform like this. Everything will be disturbed here. Then we, after 10 to 20 years, we find some grasses. Then they will continue. Okay. Based on causes, as I said, autogenic and allogenic. Autogenic starts with living inhabitants, whereas allogenic brought about by abiotic components like fire, flood, etc. Okay. Then we have biogeochemical cycles. Okay, take down ecological successions. The process by which communities of plants and animals are replaced over a period of time. Stages. Done. Okay. Process of ecological succession. Types of succession. You need this time. Make two tabular columns, primary and secondary. Types of ecological successions. Make two columns. One is for primary, the for secondary. You are smart. Good. Time saving, jugaad. When will you have a test on this geography and environment? What is What is today? It is Monday. Right? It is Monday. Tomorrow you will have one holiday. Right? Are they informed? Oh. They may give this Tuesday, no, Wednesday or Thursday. Okay. Okay. Based on cause, we have two types of succession. Autogenic succession and allogenic succession. Okay, take two words like xerarch. Note you just had and write these two words, xerarch and hierarch. Xerarch, succession beginning in dry condition. Hierarch, succession beginning on water, fresh water or Then you have a concept called biogeochemical cycles. Okay, biogeochemical cycle. Have you heard of this word? I think you might, right? In your PU and all. So from commerce, both from commerce. Okay. Biogeochemical cycle. In the name only, we can derive the definition. Bio is something. Bio is something where we will get living organisms. Okay. Geo. What is the meaning of geo? No, it is not plant. Geo. Sorry? Knowing about living things. No. Geo is something. Geography. We are completed with geography basics. What is the meaning of geo? Yeah. It is Earth abiotic components. Okay. Abiotic components of Earth. Then we have chemical. Chemical in the sense various chemical forms of particular nutrient. Okay, various chemical forms of nutrients. These undergo cycles, since they are called as chemical cycles. For example, take your oxygen. Okay, oxygen, we see oxygen in the form of molecular form in the air, right? Gaali, we see oxygen. This oxygen will be get fixed in water. Do you have oxygen in water? ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಅದು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ it will change its form from gas to liquid. Okay. Okay. This such changes, which we call it as chemical changes. Okay. These chemical changes, and this water molecule, when we get converted into H2 plus O2, we will get back our oxygen back. This is a cyclical process, hence we call it biogeochemical cycles. Okay. Geo in the sense is earth. Okay. In that, we have two major kinds of biogeochemical cycles. One is gaseous cycles. The other one is sedimentary cycle. Sedimentary cycles and gaseous cycle. Before understanding the major types, let us learn something. Two terms: reservoir and source. Who all attended for atmosphere classes? Can you tell which is the most abundant gas found in the atmosphere? Most abundant gas? Yeah. After nitrogen? I have given the list, right? After nitrogen, which is the gas which is abundant in? No, no. Methane is not that much important. Order is quite different from that. After nitrogen, we have, then we have organ, then we have carbon dioxide. Okay, this is the order. Reservoir is something where we get abundant of that element. Okay, reservoir is something where we get abundant of that element. Based on that reservoir, we classify it into gaseous cycle and sedimentary cycle. For example, if I say, take the example of nitrogen. Where is nitrogen abundantly available, whether it is available in air or in land or soil? Nitrogen. You said now only. In air, it is about 78%. Nitrogen in air is about 78%. The abundance of nitrogen is seen in air. Hence, it comes under gaseous cycle. The major reservoir of nitrogen is air. Hence, it comes under gaseous cycle. Okay. Then we have oxygen. What is the major reservoir of oxygen? Where we find more amount of oxygen? Plants give oxygen. Okay. When they emit oxygen, it will be present in our atmosphere. It is also example of our gaseous cycle. Okay. Then we have carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, whether it is gaseous or it is present in our lithosphere or atmosphere or soil or lithosphere, carbon dioxide. Whereas the more amount of carbon dioxide we can see, whether in our atmosphere or in atmosphere. That is example of our gaseous cycle. Okay. Then we have sedimentary cycle. For this, it is rare you know the examples for them. I will tell you. Sedimentary cycle, we have the reservoir on land. Okay. Below land surface, we have more amount of such nutrients. These comes under sedimentary cycle. Which are the nutrients which are available in our rocks are the examples of sedimentary cycle. Best example for sedimentary cycle are phosphorus and sulfur. Okay, these two have higher amount present in our rocks or in below the land surfaces. These are the examples of our sedimentary cycle. Clear? What are biogeochemicals? Yeah, many other will also be present. Why not we study other? Okay, good question. We have iron, calcium, magnesium.
Made up of many abundant particles like silicon.
Yeah. They are made up of. But when we are studying about biogeochemicals, we take up something very much important to plants. Okay, something very much important to plants. In plants, we have two kinds of nutrition which are required for plants. One is micronutrient, other one is macronutrient. Okay. First one is macronutrients which are required in large quantity. Another one is micronutrients which are required in minor quantity. We are dealing with this macronutrients. What are the macronutrients required for plant? First one is carbon. Okay. Plants require carbon in more quantity. Then they require hydrogen. Okay. Then they require oxygen. Apart from that, they require nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur. Okay, these are the major macronutrients which are required for plants for their growth. We will deal only these cycles and these micronutrients. There are about 17 elements which are essential for these plants to grow. Okay, apart from these 6, there are another 11 elements which are required in trace amounts which we are not going to discuss because these are very complex. When they are trace elements, when they are in minor quantities, their cycles are very, like we cannot understand that in a simple sense. For example, if you take zinc is an example of micronutrient. The availability of zinc, where it is available in the crust only, okay. This zinc will be converted into zinc oxides. Okay, zinc oxides. These zinc oxides will again get dissolved in water and they will form various other forms. This which is not much important for our study. Okay, that's why we are not discussing these micro elements. We are just focusing on our macro things. Okay, these macro required in large quantity compared to micro. Micro, the plants requiring certain milligrams. Sometimes in certain ppms, parts per million. They are required in such small quantity compared to macro. Macro, for example, if anyone coming from agricultural background, they will used to know amount of urea. Urea anta gobbara haktaralva. Amount of urea the farmers put in their fields is about how much kg you will apply. ಯೂರಿಯಾ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ ಏನಾದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ದು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ 2-3 ಚೀಲ ಅಂತೂ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ ನಿಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಗೆ 2-3 ಚೀಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 150 kg ಯೂರಿಯಾ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ ಹೌದಾ ಅದೇ ನೀವೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಐ ಸೇ your plants are deficient in zinc you will just bring a bottle of zinc bottle and you will dissolve it in a bucket. Okay, you will just bring such bottle which is about 500 to 750 ml. You will dissolve in a larger bucket and you will spray that. Okay, these are required very minor quantities, which is hence not discussed much. In that, I will explain you cycles. You just take the photographs and write on your own. Okay, because I'm short of time, I have to complete entire syllabus today by 2 o'clock. First one is your oxygen cycle. I think there is no need to explain this much. Oxygen cycle, we all learned from our childhood days. Similar to oxygen, hydrogen cycle also, which is very much easy to remember. First you learn and you can take the photograph later. Okay. Oxygen cycle, where is abundant oxygen present? It is present in atmosphere. 21% of atmosphere, we consist of oxygen. Okay. Atmosphere of oxygen is taken down by which? Whether it is taken by us, whether we take oxygen. Yeah. We take oxygen during our respiration, whereas animal. Okay. We take oxygen during our respiration. One, we consume the oxygen. Does the plant consume oxygen? Yes. They will consume oxygen also during respiration. Plants has two major functions. One is photosynthesis. One is respiration. Okay. During photosynthesis, they take up carbon dioxide inside. Okay. During respiration, they take up oxygen. They also require oxygen. They will inhale oxygen during the times of respiration. When does photosynthesis occurs more? During daytime or during night? During daytime. When do we see highest amount of respiration or low amount of photosynthesis? It is in the night time. Night time we see visible amount of intake of oxygen by the plants. That's why the people in olden days, they used to tell during night times don't sleep under the trees. Okay, during night times don't sleep under the trees because the trees will absorb extra amount of oxygen and you will feel that deficiency. Okay, you have to inhale oxygen continuously, right? When trees will take up large amount of oxygen, you will feel that deficiency. Okay. Okay. From this, we came to know plants also take oxygen from the atmosphere during its process called respiration. Apart from plants, any other thing that takes up oxygen? Our microbes. Okay. Microbes, specifically say aerobic microbes which require oxygen for the respiration. Okay. Then these plants, animals, they will all take this oxygen and it will get converted into something. What the plants convert oxygen into? They will fix the oxygen and they will convert it into glucose, right? The plant will convert this oxygen molecules into glucose through the process of photosynthesis. Via photosynthesis, they will emit this oxygen back to the environment. During photosynthesis, they will emit oxygen back to the atmosphere. Oh. Animals, what we will do is, we will inhale oxygen after our death. After our death, we will undergo decomposition. What happens to us after our death? We will undergo decomposition. During such decomposition, there is emission of carbon dioxide by the microbes. At the same time, few amount of oxygen is also emitted. Okay, this is going back of carbon oxygen into the atmosphere again. Then we have during industrial combustion, they also need any combustion, not only industrial combustion, any lighting, any fire requires oxygen. Okay, any fire, not only industrial combustion, any fire. Be it in your house before we have this cylinders, we used to have this cooking fire, right? Cooking fire also require oxygen. It will take oxygen from the atmosphere. Okay, this is how we take oxygen inside. How the oxygen is emitted back to the atmosphere is via photosynthesis and microbial decomposition. Okay, this is your first biogeochemical cycle. Okay, take this photo and you can write this in your home. Similarly, we have carbon cycle, which is also very easy. Carbon dioxide is the fourth abundant element in our atmosphere. Okay. How is carbon dioxide taken in? First, the carbon is fixed by which carbon? Yaar first carbon dioxide atmosphere in the plants. The carbon dioxide is taken by the plants through the process called as photosynthesis. After plants, who will eat that? Plants?
Animals.
Animals. Okay. They will emit carbon dioxide when we respire. This carbon dioxide will be emitted when we respire. Okay. Similarly, the carbon dioxide will be emitted during plants' respiration also. During plants' respiration, they will take oxygen inside and they will emit carbon dioxide. Similarly, when we burn anything, we will emit carbon dioxide. For example, your fossil fuels, your bike, scooters, anything. Apart from that, your household fuel, fire and industries, they will emit carbon dioxide while burning. Then we have decaying of organic material. When plants die, when animals die, they will dead and decompose by the microorganisms. While decomposition, they will emit carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere. This is a simple cycle of carbon dioxide. Okay. I think these two doesn't require any explanation at all. Just take a photo. Then we have nitrogen cycle, which is very much important. It requires some amount of explanation. In our atmosphere, we have 78% of nitrogen. Okay. In this nitrogen cycle, there are basically 5 important things or steps you need to learn. Okay. Let us understand along with this diagram. We have nitrogen in the atmosphere. This atmospheric nitrogen cannot be taken up by the plants directly. Plants cannot inhale the nitrogen as of oxygen and carbon dioxide. They can respire and they can take oxygen and carbon dioxide directly from the atmosphere. But in case of nitrogen, this nitrogen cannot be taken up by the plants directly. It needs to be fixed in the soil. Okay. Okay. Here they have shown this is soil medium. Something in cream color is the soil medium. This atmospheric nitrogen need to be fixed into the soil. Okay. This fixation, this is the first process called nitrogen fixation. Okay. What is the first process in nitrogen cycle? It is nitrogen fixation, where atmospheric nitrogen is fixed into soils. Okay. It happens by ways called as, one is lightning. Do you know lightning? What is lightning? Minchu. Male bandaga minchu baruttalla. This lightning will transmit this atmospheric nitrogen and it will fix into the soil. Okay. This is one type of fixation. Another, we have microbial fixation. What these microbes do? They will get atmospheric nitrogen and they will convert it into nitrates. Nitrogen in the form of, in atmosphere, we get nitrogen in the form of N2. They will fix that into NOx form. NOx is nothing but nitrates form. They will fix it into the soil. This is called as microbial fixation. Such bacteria which are fixing are called as nitrogen fixing bacteria. Okay, the bacteria which fix atmospheric nitrogen into soil is called as nitrogen fixing bacteria. In mutualism, I said something regarding legumes, right? In mutualism, I said the example of legumes. There I have given some name called as rhizobium. Right? Is this term introduced to you? Rhizobium. In mutualism, I said this word rhizobium. Rhizobium is one such example of nitrogen fixing microbe. Okay? It fixes atmospheric nitrogen into the soil. Okay. After soil, nitrogen is fixed into the soil, it will be easily taken up by the plants. Okay. Nitrogen is now in the soil. This nitrogen is easily taken up by the plants. This process is called assimilation. Absorption of nitrogen by the plants is called assimilation. In which form the plants will absorb? The plants will absorb in 2 different forms. Some plants will absorb in the form of ammonia. Other plants will absorb in the form of nitrates. Okay. Ammonical form is nothing but NH3 or NH4 plus. Okay. This is ammonical form. When we write NH4 plus, it is ammonia. When we write NO3 or N2, it is nitrite form. Okay, nitrous oxide form. The plant will easily take up this, and the second process is called as assimilation by the plants. From plants, where does the nitrogen go? Plants, they are thinner. Yeah. From plants, the animal get their nutrients and nitrogen. Okay. Animals, we get the nutrient of nitrogen from plants. Okay. After our death, after animal death or plant's death, it will undergo something called as decomposition. Okay. When we die and plants die, it will undergo something called as decomposition. While decomposition, it will emit ammonical form. That is known as ammonification. The third important step is ammonification. Not only after death, during our urination, during fecal matter disposal, we will emit, for example, here they have given cattle. In cattle dung, they have nitrogen. Okay. Nitrogen irutte cattle dungalu. This nitrogen will be converted into ammonia form. This is called as ammonification. Even humans' urines and excreta also contain nitrogen that is converted into ammonia in the soil. Okay. ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನ ಏನಂತಾರೆ ammodifying bacteria will do this process. This is third major step, ammonification. This ammonia will again get converted into nitrite form. This ammonia will again get converted into nitrate form by nitrifying bacteria. This is called as nitrification. The process of getting ammonia getting converted into nitrite or nitrates is known as nitrification. Okay. This nitrate content, which are very much unstable or they are unstable. They are very much unstable. They will change their form continuously. NO3 minus irodu NO2 minus ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, NO2 ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು NO3 ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. They will change their form continuously. They are very much unstable. While changing that form, some amount they will get converted into atmospheric nitrogen. Some amount they will get converted into atmospheric nitrogen, and that process is called as denitrification. That process is the final step. It is called as denitrification. This process is done by few bacteria called as denitrifying bacteria. Is the process understood? First, it is atmospheric nitrogen is not taken up by the plants directly, hence it needs to be fixed to the soil. That is done by nitrogen fixing bacteria. That process is called nitrogen fixation. There can be two types of fixation. One is physical fixation by lightning, other one is microbial fixation. Okay. This fixed nitrogen is taken up by the plants by the process called assimilation. From plants, we absorb and we excrete that in the form of urine excreta or dead and decayed matter. While decomposition, it will get converted into ammonical form, that is called as ammonification. From ammonia, it will get converted into many nitrates form. This is called as nitrification. This is the fourth. Then after nitrates and ammonia, they will convert back into atmospheric nitrogen, which is called as denitrification. Okay. There are specific bacteria dealing with nitrogen fixing. There are specific bacteria dealing with nitrification, specific bacteria dealing with denitrification. This is the explanation part. You just take the photo and you also take the photos of bacteria I will give and you write the notes of your own. Okay. Is this simple now? Have you understood? Only for this nitrogen, you just take this photo. In fixation, we have free living fixation and symbiotic fixation. Take this. One you take this also. If somewhere, if you need the explanation of ammonification, after few days you will forget what I said today. Okay. Please try to write and remember the names of few of the denitrifying bacteria, few nitrifying bacteria, etc. Then we have phosphorus cycle, which is the reservoir of phosphorus. Where will we get the phosphorus from? Phosphorus in a reservoir ಯಾವುದು? Okay. Phosphorus, reservoir of phosphorus is sedimentary. It is stored in our rocks and soils, hence the reservoir is land. Okay. We have underground phosphate reserves. The reservoir is below the ground. We have underground phosphate. This phosphate, the formula of phosphorus is okay, P. This phosphorus will get dissolved in water, forming phosphoric acids. Many types of phosphoric acid, PO4, PO2 minus, many types of phosphoric acid. Such will be absorbed by the plants. Okay. In the solid form, it cannot be absorbed. When it is converted into dissolvable phosphate form, it will be absorbed by the plants. From plants, who will eat that? After our dead and decomposition, the phosphate will again reach its reservoir. Okay. This is the simple cycle. This underground phosphate will get mixed with water during rains and it will be leaching and reaching our aquatic life. Okay. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಪಾಂಡ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸೀಸ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ದೆನ್ ನಾವು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಸ್ಫರಸ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಾ? ವಿಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಫಾಸ್ಫರಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಏನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ? ಫಾಸ್ಫರಸ್, DAP. ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯು ಹರ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್? DAP ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. They will apply phosphorus in the form of fertilizers. These fertilizers also run off and they will reach our aquatic ecosystem, where in aquatic ecosystem it will be taken up by the aquatic plants. Same will aquatic plants in the ಮತ್ತೆ fishes go with the fishes in the dead and decay agi ಮತ್ತೆ it will form underground phosphate reservoir. Okay, this is a simple cycle. You should know something related to phosphorus. It is this reservoir of phosphorus is earth or land or underground reservoir. Okay. The other source of phosphorus is weathering of rocks. That is also from ground reservoir, right? Weathering of rocks will lead to phosphorus. Just take down this photo. It is very important. Only you should know one thing. It is sedimentary cycle. It is not gaseous cycle. Then no. Last one is our sulfur cycle. Where do we get enormous amount of sulfur? Whether in atmosphere or in earth. Same to the phosphorus, sulfur is also a sedimentary cycle. Sulfur is more present in the form of sulfate in the soil. These sulfates will be taken up by the plants. From plants, animals, after dead and decomposition, they will get converted into organic sulfur. After decomposition, they will form sulfates or sulfides form, which will be again stored in our atmosphere, earth. Then other sources from where we get sulfur is, one is volcanization or our volcanoes. Okay. During volcanic eruption, they emit large amount of sulfur. Okay, sulfur. This sulfur is another source. This sulfur will come into ground during precipitation. Yavaga male barutto, this sulfur will be carried into rock. Okay, this is sulfur cycle. In phosphorus and sulfur, you should know these two are not gaseous cycle. These are just sedimentary cycles. Let us take 10 minutes of break and then we will start with new lesson. ಸರಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತನಕ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಂದು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಪಾಠ ಇಲ್ಲ 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 ಹುಷಾರ ಅದು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಓಕೆ Are you feeling drowsy? Just take a break today after normally sleep well. Okay, congrats. Yes, ma'am. South. Oh, you are relocating there? Okay. Okay. I have a document. On again. Now the basic concepts of ecology are completed. Now we are moving towards biodiversity and various ways of conserving this biodiversity. What is the meaning of biodiversity? Bio, let us split this bio and diversity. Yes. Bio is nothing but living organisms. Diversity is their variety. Okay. Various living organisms living in a particular place is called as biodiversity. Okay. In this biodiversity, we will learn 3 levels of biodiversity. Then threats to biodiversity. Then we have conservation types. Okay. Let us understand. After knowing what is biodiversity, do you think this biodiversity, the organisms, the living creatures, or they are threatened? ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ living organisms ಬದುಕೋದಕ್ಕೆ? Are they threatened? Yeah. Do they face any threats? What are the problems they are facing? Less amount of food, okay.
Space to live, like nowadays, forests are being like cutting and for cities are being expensive.
Super. Deforestation is a major threat. Then think on yourself. That is sure they are facing the threat, okay? Yeah, extinction is happening, that is a threat. Then human, are we disturbing them? Human interference. Be it urbanization, be it encroaching their land, we are interfering with them. Be it poaching, be it hunting, we are interfering with them. Then they have natural enemies like invasive alien species. Invasive alien species. What is the meaning of invasive alien species? Okay, forget about this word invasive. What is alien species means? Yeah, these are non-native species. The species which are coming from other areas and they will occupy the certain region. When they occupy the new region, they will get advantage over the natural living creatures there, and they will invest in the sense they will occupy more area, more energy, more resources, and they will compete highly with the local biodiversity. Okay, these are one of the major threat nowadays the organisms are facing. That is burning topic, invasive alien species. These are non-native species. Okay. Then apart from this, what might be the threats? One more important, we are doing that. Pollution. Are we polluting the resources? We are doing air pollution, water pollution, land pollution. All this pollution will affect the biodiversity, the diversity of living organisms. Apart from this, we have many conservation strategies. Do you think conservation is necessary for biodiversity? Yes, conservation is required. Why the conservation is required? The necessity is because they are threatened, okay? Because they are threatened, their numbers are declining, their variety, they are becoming extinct. Hence, the conservation is necessary, okay? In conservation, we have majorly two types of conservation strategies. One is in situ conservation. The other one is ex situ conservation. Can you guess what are these two?
Which are protecting those species.
Okay. Ex situ?
Creating your like national parks, biological parks for the preservation of animals.
Oh, you are partially correct, but the examples you gave are wrong. Okay. The definition you gave is good, but the example you are given is a partial right. Oh. In situ is a type of conservation where we conserve the organism in their natural habitat. Yesterday, while dealing basic concepts, I said the difference between habitat and niche. Do you remember? Have you heard about this word habitat? And the another word niche? What is the difference between these two, habitat and niche? Habitat andre enu, niche andre enu? Any of you know?
Habitat is origin of the place, it's like from where we stay.
Yeah. Or habitat is nothing but where we live. Okay. What is niche? No, that is not niche. Niche. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದಾರಾ? ಓಕೆ. ನಿಶೆ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನಲ್ ರೋಲ್ ಪ್ಲೇಡ್ ಬೈ ಅನ್ ಆರ್ಗನಿಸಮ್. ಓಕೆ. Any functional role. Think about humans. We have some functional role. Being students, you have a functional role to study, right? Likewise, every organism in this universe has some functional role to play. For example, take lion or tiger. Their functional role is to control the population of their rabbit. Okay, is this clear? Their function is to control the population of some herbivores. Like that, every organism in this entire biodiversity have some functional role. These functional roles are unique. These are unique from one organism to another. Okay, this cannot be replaced. These are unique. This cannot be replaced. Habitat. There may be different types of habitat, but the functional roles are unique to a specific species. Okay. In situ conservation is the conservation of organisms in their own natural habitat. Ex situ conservation is the conservation away from their habitat. Okay. Some example for in situ conservation. First one is your biosphere reserve. Biosphere reserve. These are large geographical area. These are very large geographical area where we conserve organisms in their natural environment. Next, we have national parks. You said the example national park, that is good, but it comes under in situ conservation. Okay. National park, in national parks, we conserve entire ecosystem. Ecosystem. If some place is declared as national park, it is not only for specific species. For example, any national park in Karnataka, can you name any national park in Karnataka? Good. Bannerghatta National Park, where is it? We have Bannerghatta National Park in Bangalore. In Bannerghatta National Park, they are not only conserving any particular species like tiger, lion, anything like that. They are conserving entire ecosystem, entire region of Bannerghatta National Park. Okay, is this clear? In national parks, they will conserve entire ecosystem. Then we have another important example, that is wildlife sanctuaries. Have you heard of this word? Wildlife sanctuary. Wildlife sanctuary, here they will conserve only a particular type of species, which is very much important to our ecosystem. They will conserve that kind of specific species. Okay. Biosphere reserve, this is large area. In a single biosphere reserve, we can get 2 to 3 or 4 national parks. This is very wider area, very larger area where we conserve entire ecosystem. In national park, we conserve ecosystem, whereas in wildlife sanctuaries, we conserve particular species. Okay. And then we have ex situ conservation, where organisms are taken in captivity and they are conserved. Example for ex situ, can you tell now? You know the definition, right? They are taken away from their natural habitat and they are conserving. Any example for ex situ conservation? I think you may try.
Bears.
Sorry?
Bears.
Oh,
Beer.
beer. Beer.
Bears are getting extinct.
Okay.
So they are conserving bears. Bears.
Yeah, that area. I need the name of that area. It is naturally called as. We all have visited to that place. Yeah. Zoo is best example of ex situ conservation. We conserve animals here by bringing them away from their natural habitat. Okay. Apart from zoo, anyone from Bangalore? Anyone visited Bangalore? The famous botanical garden of Bangalore? Have you been to there? What is this? Yeah. Similar to the Lal Bagh, we have many botanical gardens where we plant many tree species and we conserve them. Okay. In botanical gardens are specifically for plants. How zoos are for animals, these gardens are specifically for plants. Okay. Apart from botanical gardens, anything you know extra? Okay. Then we have captive breeding. Okay. Captive breeding centers. Captive breeding centers. Here, what will they do? You know, the animals which are near to extinctions, nearly threatened or near to extinction, they will be taken away and they will perform something called artificial insemination. They will perform a process called as artificial insemination, which is nothing but artificially fertilizing that type of species. Okay. then they will get fertile offspring, they will conserve them. This is known as captive breeding centers. Apart from captive breeding, we have one more concept called as gene banks. This is, in this, we have two major types. One is seed gene bank. Another one is meristem gene bank. And the entire plants only conserved, it is known as species, genes, or germplasms. Okay. Let us now understand what is this gene bank. In gene bank, what will they do in the sense? They will collect all the species of a particular species. For example, if you take a citrus species, okay? In citrus, we have lemons, we have rough lemon. Rough lemon is nothing but erlikai. Okay. Then we have musumbi. Then we have oranges. Then we have grapefruit, sweet lime good. We have grapefruit. Okay. Sweet lime. These are all the varieties of lime. Okay. But these are the varieties of citrus. These varieties are conserved in a specific place. Okay. In particular region, all these varieties are planted. Such plantations are called as germplasm. Okay. Entire range of species are conserved in a specific region called germplasm or gene banks. Then in that we have seed gene bank. In seed gene bank, they will collect the seeds. For example, rice seeds. In rice, we have more than 200 varieties of rice. All the varieties are collected and stored at very low temperature of minus 196 degrees Celsius in liquid nitrogen. That is called as seed gene bank. When seeds are stored at such a low temperature, that is called as seed gene bank. Then we have meristems. Meristems are nothing but fast growing tips of a plant. In tips, we have apex region, we will see some buds, no? That is called as meristem. Such meristems are very good because they are free from virus. Free from virus. Such meristems are conserved in meristem gene banks where the meristems are stored in less than minus 196 degrees Celsius under liquid nitrogen. Okay. This is various types of ex situ conservation. This is various types of in situ conservation. One more thing I left in situ conservation, that is sacred groves. What are these sacred groves? These are nothing but particular regions conserved by people for their religious purposes. For example, in Hindu culture, we have to conserve people, right? ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಅರಳಿ ಮರ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸುತ್ತುತ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಸೇಕ್ರೆಡ್ ಗ್ರೂವ್. ಅದೇ ತರ ಒಂದೊಂದು ರಿಲಿಷನ್ಗೂ ಒಂದೊಂದ್ ತರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ ಸಿಟು ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. Then we have levels of biodiversity. Let us understand this. We have three levels of biodiversities. One is genetic diversity. Second one is species diversity. And third one is ecosystem diversity. Okay. Let us understand with the help of an image. Okay. Genetic diversity. To understand this, take an example of humans. Okay. Humans, what is the population of Karnataka? And rough basis. ಈ ಫಿಲಮ್ ಆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತಾನೆ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೋಟಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ? Just say number. It is 7 crores. Okay. The population of Karnataka is 7 crore. If you visit and see all the people's faces, do we look similar? No. That is, we have these differences in our bodies because of changes at genetic level, that is change in the genes. Okay. We have how many chromosomes? Humans have how many chromosomes? Do you know? No. We have 23 chromosomes. In these chromosomes, there may be minor variation, only 0.00 something variation. That variation is creating this huge differences of changes. Okay. Similar to humans, we have all the organisms, they are unique to one another. This genetic diversity tells that. Okay, genetic diversity tells the variations within genes. What we study in genetic diversity? We study variation within genes. Okay, within particular species, we study the variations in the genes. Then we have species diversity. Let us understand what is the species diversity. Take a particular region. Okay, in Kalaburagi, we have marked few kilometers of Kalaburagi. In that, what are the different types of species we can see in that particular region is known as species diversity. Okay. Then we have ecosystem diversity. To study ecosystem diversity, let us take a few kilometers of Kalaburagi. In that, you have to look into that. What are the different types of ecosystem? In some regions of Kalaburagi, you can notice some forest. Okay. In some regions, you can notice lakes. These lakes are nothing but aquatic ecosystem. In some regions, you can notice farmlands. This type, various ecosystem which we can see in a particular region is known as ecosystem diversity. Okay. Are the three clear? Okay. Then we have alpha diversity, beta diversity, and gamma diversity, which will confuse you now. In advanced classes, you can learn them later. As per just basic data, first one is genetic diversity, then species and ecosystem diversity. Take down biodiversity. As per United Nations Environment Program, or in simple terms, as per UNEP, it is defined as sum of total number of total number of genes, species, and ecosystem on the earth. In short, it is term describing. In short, it is term describing variety of living beings on earth. Do you think India has great diversity or less diversity? What do you think? Do we have large, diverse organisms or less diverse organisms? Yeah. We have large pool of organisms. In entire world, we have 8% of total species. Okay. Total species known in world, in that we have 8% of species. Compared to the world land area, India has only 2.3% of land area, total land area of the world, but we are conserving or we are home to 8% of known species. Okay, take that. In India, we have 2.3% of global land. And 8% of all known species. Then levels of biodiversity. Aisha, are you able to sit or will you leave? You will sit. Genetic diversity. Variety of genes. It is variety of genes within a species. Example. India has 50,000 genetically different strains of rice. Sorry? Strains of rice or varieties of rice. Rice. Then we have species diversity. It is variety of species within a region or habitat. Ecosystem example. Some habitats like rainforest, have more number of species. Then ecosystem diversity. Is variety of ecosystem in a given place. For example, in India, deserts, rainforests, mangroves, wetlands, estuaries, etc. Then we have three levels of diversity. One is alpha diversity. These are measuring. How we measure biodiversity? We have three measures of biodiversity. One is alpha, beta, and gamma. First one, alpha diversity. Alpha diversity is a diversity of species within a particular region. For example, if you take one district, the various number of species present in that district is known as alpha diversity. Okay. Then we have beta diversity, which is nothing but comparison. In beta diversity, what we will do is we will just comparison of diversity between ecosystems. Usually, for example, if you compare the diversity between Kalaburagi and Bidar, okay? To be specific, to be an environmentalist, we have to compare between ecosystem. For example, can you give me any example of ecosystem? Any ecosystem. Yesterday we taught about biomes also, right? In biomes, I taught various types of biomes. Can you give any two Examples of such? Oh, ecosystem, at least you can know rainforest. Huh? Then we have temperate forest. Okay. Among these two, tell me which has more number of species? Rainforest, exactly right. That is rainforest. This comparison we do at the level called as beta diversity. This is called as beta diversity. Okay. Then we have gamma diversity. It is overall measure of overall diversity within a large geographical area, which we call as gamma diversity. When we take entire India or entire Asia, that is called as gamma diversity. Okay, clear? Take down these measures of biodiversity. Okay. Then we have two terminologies. One is species richness and species evenness. What might be species richness? ಏನಿರ್ಬೋದು species richness? Easy terms, no? Rich and even. These are easy terms. Meaning of species richness and species evenness. Any guess?
Species. Or the species contains.
In a particular area, more number of species. Okay, evenness?
Not so more, not so less. But
Okay, same?
Same kind of species in a particular region.
Good. As you said, species richness is total number of different species in a region. Okay. That is known as richness. This is known as richness. Jasti, number of varieties jasti idre, it is more rich. Example for highly rich species diversity. Any example, any ecosystem? Huh? Bio? Any biome which is high rich in species. Can we give the example of desert? No, no. That's why I'm asking any other biomes which are rich in diversity. Exactly. Rainforest. Apart from rainforest, we have estuaries. Okay. Ecotones. Yesterday we taught about ecotones, that ecotone places are very much rich in species. That is called as which effect? Dash effect. Ecotones which are rich in species are called as dash effect. Edge effect. ಹೇಳಿದ್ ನಾನು ಇದು ಎಡ್ಜ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಅದನ್ನೇನಂತೀವಿ ಎಡ್ಜ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. I can understand only one time hearing the class, you cannot answer everything. Okay? At least try to recall something. Okay, that's why I'm asking questions in the middle. Not to target you, not to target you. Okay, don't get fear of it. Then we have species evenness. Evenness is nothing but, as she said, it is relative abundance of a particular species. Okay, it is relative abundance. Say for example, if you compare Kalaburagi and Bangalore, where do you get highest population of people? In Bangalore. This is more in species evenness. Okay, similar to that, in environmental perspective, we take the count of individual species. If one species is relatively abundant at particular place, that place is having more species evenness. For example, tigers. Where do we find more tigers in Karnataka? Yeah, in and around national park, in also from some famous regions like Malay Madeshwara, I've heard of that. There we find tigers. Such places are more in tiger evenness compared to other places like our Kalburgi, Bidar. When we compare two places where we find more number of same species, we call that as evenly distributed. Okay. Take down these two definitions. That's enough. Species richness. Species evenness. Done. Then we have ecosystem services. Just listen to me. This is not necessary to make notes from this. Ecosystem services are various services provided by our forest or environment. Okay. First type of service they will give is protection service or production service. Where it is not mentioned. It is production. What do they produce for humans? Not only for humans, for entire nature or biodiversity, they will produce food, fodder, firewood, etc. Okay, that is the first type of services. Second one is protection type of services. Does biodiversity or does ecosystem protect us? Does ecosystem protect us? Yes, they protect us from natural calamities like floods, heat waves, acid rains, etc. They protect us. Okay. Apart from protection, we have restoration. What is restoration? Ecosystem were destroyed. Okay, that may be partially correct. Apart from that, restoration. If you are feeling sad and if you visit any forest, you will have something like stress recovery. That is what we call as restoration. Increasing physical activity that will change our. That is a restoration. Okay. Then we have maintenance. For maintenance, any example? It is one of the service of ecosystem for maintenance. It will provide you higher degree of satisfaction. When you visit any forest, it will provide you some kind of involvement, some kind of aesthetic values. The view will be very beautiful, right? That is known as maintenance or something which appears pleasant to you. Okay. These are the services provided by the ecosystem. Apart from this, now we have threats to biodiversity. These are the 5 major threats which are recognized internationally. We already spoke about this. First one, habitat loss. Are the animals losing their habitats? It's because of encroachment, because of increase in our involvement, human involvement. Then the second important one is this also we are doing. This is pollution. Third, overconsumption. We are extracting more and more from biodiversity rather than restoring it. Okay, we are extracting more. For example, if you watch the movie Pushpa, what he is doing is what he is extracting from forest. ಏನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ? ಗುಡ್. ರೆಡ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ವುಡ್. ಓಕೆ, ರೆಡ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ವುಡ್. Do you know how much quantity they are shown in that movie? They show in bulks, right? Red sandalwood, they are exporting to some other nations in bulk quantum, in bulk quantity. That is above the limit of nature to recover. Is that right? Nature cannot grow that in 1 year. That large lots of food nature cannot grow in 1 year. This is an example of overconsumption. We are using more than the recovery rate of our earth. Okay, then we have fourth one, invasive alien species, which we discussed before, invasive species. Then fifth we have climate change, which is the last concept of today's chapter. We will deal later. Okay, climate change. What is climate change? How it threatens life and all. Just take down these 5 points. Threats to biodiversity. Then give the heading conservation of biodiversity. Okay, take down this. Done. Then we have an important concept called as biodiversity hotspot. I will cover this topic, rest I will leave in this chapter. Later I will move to the next chapter. Still have 2 more chapters to cover. Okay. This is important, quite important. That's why I'm touching this biodiversity hotspot. This is the concept given by Norman Mayers. Okay. Who coined the term biodiversity hotspot? It is concept given by Norman Mayers. Okay. What is said, you said these are the hotspots or the areas which have high species richness. In the entire world, these are the areas with high species richness. First one condition is high species richness. Second one is endemism. I will give the conditions later. Just for your understanding, I am explaining. The second important condition is endemism. Endemism. Do you have come across this word endemism? No? Okay. Endemic, if something we say it is endemic, it is found only in one place. Found only in that place. Okay. If I say some species is endemic to Kalaburagi, it is seen only in Kalaburagi. No other place in the world has habitat for that species. Okay. Such type of place is called endemic place or endemic species. Such species is called as endemic species and place is called endemic place. Okay na? ಎಂಡಮಿಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಇವ್ರ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಏನಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ತುಂಬಾ ಸ್ಪೀಶೀಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಸ್ಪೀಶೀಸ್ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಶೋನ್ ಸಮ್ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಂಡಮಿಸಮ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕಡೆ ಕಾಣಬಾರ್ದು. ಓಕೆ. ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾ, he has identified 36 areas across the world. He has identified how many areas across the world? 36 areas across the world which satisfy those two conditions. I will tell the condition in detail later. For as per now, you understand these are the areas which are rich and endemic. Okay. In all these 36 areas put together, they cover 2.5% of the Earth's land area. They cover just 2.5% of Earth's land area, but they cover around 50% of total species. Okay. For example, if there are 2 million species, I'm giving it in an example. Okay. If there are 2 million species in the entire world, 50% of species are within these 36 spots. Okay. Such spots are called as biodiversity hotspots. Now let us understand the conditions given by him in detail. Okay. The first condition is any such place which is to be declared as a hotspot, it has at least of 1,500 of vascular plants as endemic. Okay. Such place should have at least of minimum of 1,500 of vascular plants in the sense vascular plants, plants with xylem and phloem. Okay, plants with xylem and phloem are called as vascular plants. Any area which contains at least minimum of 1,500 of vascular plants as endemic. Endemic in the sense they should not be found in any other places. Okay, such place is the first condition. Second important condition, it should have 30% or less of its original vegetation. What he is saying in second, he said if there are 1 lakh of species, okay, originally, say for example 300, 400, 700 years ago, there are 1 lakh species. At least now 30,000 of species should be remaining. From 1 lakh, 30% is nothing but 30,000. Okay, 30,000 of species should be remaining. In the sense, in other words, what he is saying, he says the place should be threatened. Threatened because see the drastic change in numbers from 1 lakh to 30,000. He is saying first condition is the place should have at least 1,500 of vascular plants as endemic. And another one is it should have 30% of or less than of its original number of species, or the place should be threatened. Okay, these are the two major conditions to declare any place as an hotspot. Then we have major hotspots in India. Okay, in world, how many hotspots do we have? Okay. In that 36, India is rich. We have 4 hotspots. Okay. Among the 36, 4 hotspots are in India. In and around India. Not only in India, in entire subcontinent. Let us understand which are those. The first one is our Himalayan region. Himalayan region is one of the such global or world hotspot. First and foremost is Himalayas. Second one is this. Western Ghats and Sri Lanka. It is entire stretch, not only given to Western Ghats, it includes Sri Lanka also. Second one is Western Ghats and Sri Lanka. Third, we have Indo-Burma region. This northeast region of ours is under Indo-Burma region. Okay. Then fourth, we have Sundaland region, which is our Andaman and Nicobar, along with Indonesia, Philippines, that is known as Sundalands. Okay, is this clear? First one is second, third, Indo-Burma. Fourth is our Sundaland. Sundalands, in that we have our part Andaman and Nicobar. These are major biodiversity hotspots present in India. You just take down those conditions and the propounder name along with these four which are present in India. There are 36 hotspots in the world. They represent 2.5% of Earth's land surface and support 50% of total world species. Okay. Then criteria to declare biodiversity hotspot. Criteria to declare biodiversity hotspot. Write the two also. First, in that first, till endemics is enough. Second sentence you take down here. Okay. In India, we have 4 biodiversity hotspots. Himalayas, Western Ghats and Sri Lanka, Indo-Burma region, in that you take down in bracket Northeast India, Indo-Burma in bracket you write Northeast India. Last one Sundalands. Sundalands, in that you in bracket you take down Andaman and Nicobar. Then you have concept of biosphere reserve. Okay, biosphere reserves are larger area. In simple terms, I will tell you these are larger areas. These are conserved. There are, you just take a list. Okay, take down biosphere reserve. There are 18 biosphere reserves in India. 18 biosphere reserves in India. Okay. While going on, you just search these 18 biosphere reserves. These are very large in area. These are the 18 biosphere reserves. Okay. While going home, you just search these. Okay. In advanced classes, actually they should be dealt in detail in advanced classes. This is not part of your NCRT. They will do that later. Okay. Then we have national parks. In that, put an hyphen and take down 106 national park. As of now, it might be changed. As of now, it is 106 National Park in India. I'm speaking about India specifically. Then we have wildlife sanctuaries. Below National Park, you just take down new National Park. For National Park, you just write NP. Okay. New National Park, Old National Park, and leave blank. Okay. Next sentence, Old National Park. Next, find out something, largest national park, smallest national park. Okay, leave 5 lines and write. Oh, okay, give the heading National Parks of Karnataka. National Parks of Karnataka. Leave 5 lines. There are 5 national parks. You can list. Okay, National Parks of Karnataka. Next, take wildlife sanctuaries. Wildlife sanctuaries. We have 567 wildlife sanctuaries. Okay. In that, you leave 3 or 4 lines and just write down wildlife sanctuaries in Karnataka. Okay. Just you search for them. Okay. Wildlife sanctuaries in Karnataka. There are many wildlife sanctuaries. Name any few. Okay. 4 to 5. Then we have tiger reserves. Tiger reserves. $55 tiger reserves. Write the new 2 to 3 new tiger reserves. Okay. New tiger reserves. You write 3, 53, 54, and 55. While I'm traveling from Bangalore to here, Gulbarga, there might be an addition to this tiger reserves. Oh, this will be covered in your advanced classes. Let's take a quick break of 5 minutes and let's start with pollution list.
Like that.
Pollution. What do you think about pollution? Is this easy lesson? Tough chapter? Easy? Easy. Easy. Yeah. The chapter which we are dealing now is easy, but the questions will be very tough. The questions will be very tough nowadays. The be it UPSC, KPSC, they are framing difficult part of questions from this area. Okay. How the questions are becoming tough? Because there is not only one kind of pollution we are dealing with. For static portion, static purpose, we just cover four different types of pollution. Okay. We just cover four different types of pollution. Whereas in current affairs, there are many terms related to pollutions coming. For example, a newer term is called as nanoplastics. Have you heard of this word, nanoplastics? Okay. Lead pollution, uranium pollution. Okay. Apart from such new kinds of pollution, there are various new strategies. Okay. New strategies to deal with pollution. Say, for example, technologies like carbon capture and storage. Technology like carbon capture and storage. Desulfurization. Okay. Desulfurization. Like this, we get many terminologies in the newspaper. This is what making the questions appear difficult. Okay. Apart from this, there is another question area in this chapter, that is government strategies. Okay. What are the government initiative? What is government going to do to control this kind of pollution? There are many schemes under government. Okay. Then in state government, there are many acts also. Air Act, Water Act, Hazardous Waste Management Act. Okay. There are very acts and government schemes which are they came up with to control this pollution. This you have to know the year, the aim, the body which is established under the act, and which is taking care of the rules and regulation. That and all you have to study. Okay. In your advanced courses, make sure that you cover many new terminologies in the pollution and also new strategies to deal with pollution along with government strategies which they came up with many schemes and acts. Okay. As per today, it is your simplest chapter. Let us make as simple as it can be. Okay. What is the meaning of pollution? Pollution ಅಂದ್ರೆ What is the meaning of pollution? Waste. Okay. Any undesirable thing. Okay. Any undesirable change. Any undesirable change in physical, chemical, or biological properties of particular region is called as pollution. This undesirable change is caused by, if it is caused by humans, then it is called as human induced pollution. Then we have two major types of pollutions. One is point source. Another one is based on source. This is non-point source. Okay. Based on source of pollution, we have two kinds of pollutants. One is point source of pollution, another one is non-point source. In point source, what is the meaning? Point source. Right. Point source, what does the meaning says? It is emitting from a particular point. For example, any example for point source of emission? Good, very good example, industry. Then we have non-point source of pollution. Any example for a non-point source? This is spread over large area. We cannot recognize from where exactly the pollutants are coming from. That is known as non-point source of pollution. An example for non-point source of pollution, this kind of pollution. Rivers. Rivers getting polluted, it is a type of pollution. It is different. Okay. I'm saying any non-point source of pollution, where we can actually cannot find from where exactly these pollutant sources are coming. Such example is your transport sector. Okay, your cars, bikes, they will emit lot of gases, but they are not stagnant or standing at one place. They are moving around. That is best example of non-point source of emission. Okay, this is based on source. After this, we have various types of pollution based on what it is substratum which is getting polluted. Okay, one is, as you learned from your childhood days, air pollution, water pollution, okay, noise pollution, soil pollution. Okay, these are the major types of pollution we're dealing now. Okay. Take down the definition of pollution. Have you written this? Okay. Then types of pollution based on source. Right, definition and example. Point source, non-point source. Then, okay, in that take down air pollution. In air pollution, we are learning types of pollutants, air pollutants. First, let us understand air pollutants. Then, impact of air pollution, causes of air pollution and its effect or impact. Then we have strategies to reduce or address air pollution. Okay. In air pollutants, we classify them broadly into two types. One is primary pollutant, another one is secondary pollutant. Okay. One is primary pollutant, another one is secondary pollutant. What does primary pollutant means? It is directly emitted from any source. It is direct emission of any source. Secondary pollutant is nothing but these are the pollutants formed after primary emission interacting with atmosphere. Okay. For example, here we have an industry which is emitting sulfur dioxide. Okay, industry is emitting sulfur dioxide. This sulfur dioxide combines with some atmospheric molecules, water vapor in the atmosphere or nitrous oxide in the atmosphere. It will react with these molecules and this will form a newer molecule. It is called secondary pollutant. Okay, primary they are emitted directly, whereas secondary they are emitting after reaction. Primary, after getting react with atmospheric gases, they will form secondary pollutants. Okay. Then we have causes of air pollution, which you can say many of the causes. Okay. You say I will list. ಏನು ಕಾರಣಗಳೇನು ಏರ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್? More usage of plastic. Burning of plastic can be. Okay. Burning of anything, not only plastic, burning of anything. Okay, next. Transport good. Next.
Burning of coal.
Okay, burning of fossil fuels. Industries. We can name many number, even household fuel burning. Okay. Anything you name it, if it is emitting to the atmosphere, it is cause of air pollution. Okay. Then we have effects or impact of air pollution. What may be the impact of air pollution? Where it affects? It affects global warming. Okay. Then say. Oh, good. Then
Extinction of the
affect in atmosphere. Yeah, it will affect the atmosphere. What it makes? What is the specific? Aerial animals extinction. Okay, it will affect or health of organisms. Okay, health of humans and organisms. Okay. Then this two are major. Have you heard of something called as smog? Smog. Yeah. This is the one of the impact of our air pollution, smog. How is this smog formed? Smog formed by the combination of fog. Have you heard of this word fog? What is fog?
Area covered with
Water molecules. In the winter season, it appears like fog. Okay. This smog plus when it is combined with smoke, it forms smog. Okay. This is one of the major impact. This smog will decrease the visibility. When you are traveling, if you are a visitor of Delhi, you can experience the extreme smog there. Okay. Where we are traveling, when we travel for few meters, few kilometers, the road will be not visible during the winter months. This phenomenon is known as smog. Okay. Apart from smog, we have one more phenomena which is very much important. It is related to rain. Can you guess it? It is related to, yeah, it is acid rain. Acid rain is one more important effect of this air pollution. Okay. Acid rain. How is this acid rain forming?
this really would come. It evaporates and it forms water, it forms with water vapors.
It combines with water vapor. When coming as precipitation, it will come as acid rain. Okay. In that acid rain, we should know two important chemicals which forms the acid rain. One is second one is sulfur dioxide. Okay. These two are the important chemicals which causes our acid rain. Acid rain is something, the rain with pH less than 5.6. pH, when pH of rainwater goes down or less than 5.6. Do you witness any negative impacts of acid rain? There is a famous example of negative witness of acid rain. Yeah, Taj Mahal is one of the negative witness of our acid rain. Okay, this is a basic overview of air pollution. Okay, air pollutants. First, you give the heading air pollution. In that subheading, air pollutants. The definition will remain them. The first definition which you have wrote, in that replace the term with air. That's it. Okay. Air pollutants in that classification. First one is primary pollutants. These are the pollutants directly emitted from atmosphere from specific source. Then secondary pollutants. They form in the atmosphere through chemical reactions involving primary pollutants and other atmospheric components. Involving primary pollutants and other atmospheric components. For primary pollutant, take an example of sulfur dioxide. For secondary pollutant, example of PAN, peroxyacetyl nitrate. Write this full sentence, okay? Peroxyacetyl nitrate, how it is created. Okay. Then measure air pollutants. You have to read them in detail. As of now, I'm giving the list. That's it. Okay. Measure or common air pollutants. First one, fly ash. Fly ash. Byproduct of coal industry or coal burning. Fly ash, byproduct of coal industry. Then we have particulate matter. These are very minute particles. Particulate matters. 2.5 and 10. PM, it is addressed as PM 2.5. PM in the subscript 2.5. PM 10. Particulate matter 2.5 and 10. Then we have carbon monoxide. Then you have carbon dioxide. Then take down ground level ozone. Be specific ground level. That is important. Not only ozone, ground level ozone. Hydrofluorocarbons. Nitrous oxides. Sulfur dioxide. Lastly, volatile organic compounds. Then give the heading effects of air pollution. I think causes of air pollution is not necessary, as we all know the effects of air pollution. In that first one, smog. You just take down, it is smoke plus fog. Okay. In your advanced classes, if you get a teacher who can teach this, they will teach this. Okay. This is very important. The reactions which takes place during the formation of smog. Okay. In smog, we have two kinds of smog. One is photochemical smog. Another one is London smog. They need to explain the difference between the two. Then take down acid rain. Any precipitation which is acidic less than 5.6, pH less than 5.6. Then second sentence, gases that causes acid rain, sulfur oxides or sulfur dioxide and nitrous oxides. Third major effect is ozone layer depletion. You should know something about this. Okay. Ozone depleting substances or the substances which declines the thickness of ozone. Okay. In this ozone depleting substance, these substances contain either chlorine, bromine or fluorine. Okay. Identify such molecules. If the option is given, which of the following is ozone depleting substance? Don't get confused. It should contain either chlorine or bromine or fluorine. Okay. Say now you should make this list. Ozone depleting substance, chlorofluorocarbons. Here we have fluoro and chlorine. We have chlorine and fluorine. Okay. Then here we have hydrochlorofluorocarbons. Okay. Hydrobromofluorocarbons. Then we have methyl bromide. Here we have bromine, B. Carbon tetrachloride. Here we have chlorine. Methyl chloroform. Which actually has chlorine. Okay. Take down these names. These are ozone depleting substance. And the reaction, how they deplete, if okay, no time is available for me. Okay. It will be explained later. Ozone depleting substance, at least you just make a list of them. You will get confused with many of the air pollutants along with this ozone depleting substance. Then health effects. That nothing is specific to prelims and all. Okay. Measures to control air pollution. See, these are the new technologies they are coming up with to control the air pollution. One is scrubbers, which can control the particulate matter. Scrubbers, particulate matter 10, 2.5. This can be controlled. Then we have flue gas desulfurization, where we can control sulfur dioxide emitting from industries. Then wet scrubbers and packed scrubbers. These can also absorb some amount of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide and nitrous oxide. Like this, if any terminologies come in your current affairs, go through them. What are they for? How are they made? Okay. Then we have some strategies, government strategies, which is not my cup of tea, which I am not supposed to teach now. Just listen the names. National Clean Air Program. It is a program of Union government. Okay. Central Pollution Control Board is looking into this program. Then we have Graded Response Action Plan, which is related to Delhi. Delhi and adjoining areas, they have this Graded Response Action Plan. Okay. Based on that criteria, we have many things. Okay. Oh, let's start new one. Noise pollution. There is nothing much to discuss in noise pollution. What is noise? Unwanted sound, undesirable sound, anything which is above 85. Okay, what is the unit of noise? How we measure this sound? Sound is measured in hertz. How about noise? Noise is measured in, it is measured in decibels. Okay, noise is measured in decibels. Human ear has the capacity to hear up to 85 decibels. Beyond that, we cannot hear. Okay. There is a government order where any function which is happening in the daytime should not cross this limit of 45 decibels. During night, it should not be louder than 35 decibels. So, WHO also said human ear cannot tolerate above 85 decibels. So, apart from this is not required for now. Laws to control this is also not. Okay, take down that much only enough. Take down that fact. Unwanted sound is called as noise. Good. Oh, then we have water pollution. What is water pollution? Any undesirable effect in the water is called as water pollution. Can you name few causes of water pollution? Okay, industrial discharge. Then, okay, domestic waste. Then,
Human waste.
okay, human excreta, urines, etc. That is nothing but sewage waste. Okay. Okay. Throwing garbages, plastic in water. Apart from them, you will say everything, you will miss out one thing. One is oil pollution. Okay. Just to be quicker, I'm saying this. This is oil pollution. Oil pollution is nothing but any cargo, any ship which is carrying oil, it may spill in the water. That is known as oil pollution. You will say everything, you will miss out that one. Only that is important. Okay. Apart from this, how do we measure water pollution? How can we get to know this water is polluted, this water is not polluted? Okay, pH, good. Then taste, okay.
Color.
Color of the water. Okay, these are physical appearance. By looking at, we can say. Apart from that, something we have to do to identify the amount of pollutants present in the water. How can we do that? Huh?
Alkalinity.
That is pH, okay. Alkaline and acidic, both are not good. Then we will measure something inside the water, that is dissolved oxygen, okay. Dissolved oxygen. Then we have something called as biological oxygen demand. And we have chemical oxygen demand. Okay, these are the three things which helps us to understand how much polluted the water is. First one is dissolved oxygen. Okay, what is the meaning of dissolved oxygen? In the sense, the oxygen which is present in the atmosphere get dissolved in this water. Okay, water alli ಸ್ವಲ್ಪನಾದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ oxygen dissolve ಆಗಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. This is because of this oxygen the aquatic life respire. Okay, aquatic life take up the oxygen from dissolved content present in the oceans. This is known as dissolved oxygen. Then we have a concept called as biological oxygen demand. What is the meaning of biological oxygen demand?
Amount of oxygen present means more in the water.
No. Anything. It might be wrong. Can I say? Biological oxygen demand is something, say for example, in this sewage, okay, in this sewage, we have some organic components, right? Organic component, okay. These organic components are converted to inorganic components by whom? That is nothing but your decomposition. ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಡಿಕಂಪೋಸಿಷನ್? Good. These are microorganisms. The conversion of organic into inorganic done by few microbes. These microbes require some amount of oxygen. Good. These microbes also require some amount of oxygen for their metabolism, for their respiration. The amount of oxygen required by microbes to convert entire amount of organic component fully into inorganic component, we call them as biological oxygen demand. It is the demand of oxygen that is required by the microbes to convert organic component into inorganic component. Is the concept clear? What is it? It is the demand of amount of oxygen required for these microbes to completely convert these complex organic molecules into inorganic molecules, or to break down these organic molecules into inorganic molecules. Okay. Thirdly, we have one more concept called chemical oxygen demand. Chemical oxygen demand is similar to microbes which are converting organic compounds into inorganic compounds. We have some chemical reactions undergoing. Okay. Similar to microbes, some chemical reactions will undergo. These chemical reactions also require some amount of oxygen, that is known as chemical oxygen demand. These are the measures of water pollution. Then effects. In effects, okay, we know the causes. Let us move to effects. What are the major effects of water pollution? Water pollution ಆದರೆ ಏನೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? One is your health will get impacted. Is that true? Okay. Diseases ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ
life into aquatic life get extra.
Good. Aquatic life health impact ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Their biodiversity will decline. Then
That water evaporates.
no. When water evaporates, it will evaporate in the form of only water molecule. It will not take along with that NO2 or SO2. Okay? Because it is more volatile and water is more volatile. Okay, I think you don't know. Actually, we have one concept called eutrophy. Eutrophication. Okay. In this sense, there is no photo here. Okay. If you are from any village sites, if there are any ponds or lakes near your village, okay, ponds or lake near your village, and you have agriculture farmlands next to that, okay, agriculture farmlands ಅದ್ರ ಪಕ್ಕನೆ ಇದ್ದು ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಪಾಂಡ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ you can see, you can witness many green growth here, okay, and many algal deposition in the top layer. It appears like a green blanket, okay. That lake is called as eutrophied lake because the agricultural runoff in agricultural lands, what they will apply? They will apply some amount of fertilizers, right? Among them, they will apply in excess nitrogen fertilizers and phosphorus fertilizers. Our farmers are applying these two fertilizers in excess quantity rather than their requirement. Okay, these two, nitrogen and phosphorus, are the elements along with runoff. They will get collected in this water. After getting collected, they will mix in water and they will form nutritious, rich in nutrition. Okay. As they are very much rich in nutrition, they support the life forms. They support few life forms, forming many algal species in the top and many rich green plants in the peripheral region. That is known as eutrophication. Okay. Apart from that, any other effects which I have to deal? Any terminology? No. Okay.
Like what is getting affected by agriculture? Then the agriculture is also getting affected.
Yeah, same way agriculture also is getting affected by polluted water. If any agricultural lands are near industry, they will get poor quality water. This poor quality water affects soil quality. When soil quality is affected, the entire yield will get affected. Okay. Then we have one more thing out. In remedies, third major one is how to treat this water pollution. There we come across a concept called as bioremediation. Okay. This needs some explanation. How to treat this affected water? This affected water can be treated by using microbes or any biological agent that is called as bioremediation. In bioremediation, we have two types of bioremediation. One is in situ, another one is ex situ. Okay, in situ kind of bioremediation, we will bring the microbes, we will develop the microbes here only. ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋದನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. In ex situ, we will bring from outside far away and we will introduce them into affected site. Okay, this is bioremediation, use of living organisms to address pollution. Okay, to address pollution. Some living organisms, some microbes can specifically take certain metals. For example, cadmium. Okay, cadmium can be taken by certain microbes. Uranium can be taken by certain microbes. That will all come under bioremediation. Okay. This is broad overview. And okay, in water pollution, just take down the measures to measure water pollution or measuring water pollution, pollutants level. First one is dissolved oxygen. If the dissolved oxygen is very high, above 9 is very good, it is an excellent water, we can drink that directly. Okay. ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ ಈ ತರ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಡಿಸಾಲ್ವ್ಡ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಅಬೋವ್ 8 ಗಿಂತ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಿಲಿಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಪರ್ ಲೀಟರ್, 1 ಲೀಟರ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ 8 ಮಿಲಿಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಡಿಸಾಲ್ವ್ಡ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಆರ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಬಲ್ ವಾಟರ್. ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಸೀನ್ ಇನ್ ರಿವರ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಯೂಶುವಲಿ ಫ್ಲೋ, ದೇ ವೋಂಟ್ stand in a stagnant position. Rivers flow, they will dissolve more amount of oxygen in them. When DO is less than 4.5, it indicates highly polluted. Biological oxygen demand. Amount of oxygen required by microorganisms while they decompose organic matter under aerobic condition. Then chemical oxygen demand. Amount of oxygen required to oxidize organic compounds. Oxidize organic compounds. Okay. Then causes of water pollution. Okay. Effects on human health, you can take. Impact on this, you take. In effects, take down impact on aquatic ecosystem. In that, write down the definition of eutrophication. Is this good phenomena? It will increases the nutrients in the lakes. Is this good phenomena? Yes? No? Why? Why it is bad?
Some nutrients are important, but excess use of the nutrients causes.
Okay, excess amount of nutrient. Okay, take that. Other than that, due to increase in these nutrients, the algal bloom will increase. Okay, the algae growth will increase. This algal growth will reduce the amount of sunlight reaching the pond or lake ecosystem. When sunlight is reduced, the photosynthesis and the entire ecosystem declines. Okay, it will block the incoming solar radiation and also blocks the oxygen. Dissolved oxygen ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ ಅದು ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. It will form anaerobic condition here. Anaerobic. Okay. This is the photo. This is not interesting. This is interesting. Have you seen such lakes? Okay, next time when you say it is as eutrophied lake. Okay. I think every one of us have seen such type of water bodies. Then marine pollution. Take down bioremediation and its definition. Measures to control water pollution. In that first one, bioremediation. Use of living organisms to remove contaminants or pollutants from the soil. In that, we have many technologies like bioventing, biosparing, bioreactors, composting. Okay, let us leave all that. Then, second important one, sewage or domestic waste treatment plants. Then, lastly, we have soil pollution. What are the causes of soil pollution? How is soil get polluted? First one, agriculture. Okay, then here only we have good mining, disposal of.
It's
Sorry,
it's
making.
it's
I'm not getting what you were saying.
for the construction, the digger.
Pits. Okay, okay, okay. Then
The portion of e-waste, electronic waste.
good. Electronic waste, radioactive waste, hazardous chemicals. These are all the causes of soil pollution. How can it be addressed? Soil pollution. Reduce use of fertilizers. Like that. Same, the bioremediation can be applied here also, and treating the soil can be also done. Okay. Apart from that, you have many types of pollution like plastic pollution, hazardous waste pollution, radioactive pollution, which is not part now. They can be discussed in advanced sessions. Let us take a few minutes, 5 minutes of break, and we will deal with climate change. A small segment, climate change, and we will leave. Okay. Lost concept of environment, global warming, and climate change. I think many of you know textbooks. Okay, someone, if you are from science background, you know what is global. What is global warming?
To the nature, so it can't get properly escape from the earth's surface.
Okay. You?
Pollution to the atmosphere or
It's called as global warming. Oh. Do you think global warming is a natural phenomenon or is a man-made phenomenon? It's natural. It's both. Okay, you? It's both. Good. As the name suggests, global warming. In the name we have warming, right? Warming is nothing but heating. Heating of what? Oh. Earth's eating. In simple terms, it is known as Earth's eating. How this eating occurs? What are the reason for this eating is our question of discussion. It is a natural phenomena. It occurs naturally. Okay. Now we are making it to occur by human induction. It is called as human induced global warming. Okay. Both are the reasons for global warming. One is natural, another one is human induced global warming. First, let us understand how global warming occurs. Okay. This is sun. From sun, we will get heat and light. Okay. The light energy, the atmosphere is transparent to light. The light energy will reach earth. Okay. But the heat energy coming from sun, it is, how is this? Is the frequency of such energy is high or low? The energy coming from sun, the frequency of such energy coming from sun rays, the frequency is high. Okay. They have very high frequency rays. Okay. When the frequency is high, what happens to the wavelength? Huh? It's get. Sorry, I can't hear you. No, this frequency and wavelength are inversely proportional. When we have high frequent rays, we have low wavelength. Okay, the incoming radiation from sun is short wave radiation. How are the wave? These are short wave radiation. Hence, I wrote like this. Okay, these are near. Okay, these are known as short wave radiation. The incoming solar radiations have high frequency and low wavelength. Okay, this when they enter the Earth atmosphere, in atmosphere we have many gases, right? This is our layer of atmosphere. In atmosphere we have many different types of gases. Among those gas, we have some specific gases which can hold this light or heat, which can hold this heat. Short wavelengths radiations can be held by some gases. Can you give any example of such gas which can hold the amount of sun's incoming radiation? Okay. Okay. Nitrogen, it is nitrous oxide. No. Good. Carbon dioxide. Any other thing? Argon. No, argon is not the heat trapping element. Okay. Then we have methane. Have you heard of this? Methane. Then there are various volatile organic compounds. As for now, just understand these are the major elements present in our atmosphere. They have the capacity to trap these sun's energy. These molecules, they will trap sun's incoming radiation. Okay. They will trap and get heated up. That while after getting heated up, they will emit certain amount of radiation. These radiations are long wave because they are not the direct source of emitting energy. Okay, they will heat the earth. Okay, they will heat the earth because due to convection, these molecules are in contact with the earth. They will heat up the earth. After heating up, it will emit some long wave radiations back to the atmosphere. Okay, earth will emit long wave radiations. These long wave radiations are called as terrestrial radiations because these are emitted from the earth. These are called as terrestrial radiation. This phenomena of sun's energy getting trapped by some molecules is called as global warming. It is a natural phenomenon because these are naturally occurring air molecules. Okay, naturally occurring molecules. Because of this global warming, its average temperature of the earth is what? What is the average temperature of that? It's around 15 degrees Celsius, okay? Average temperature because we have polar regions also and we have equatorial region. When we take the average, it's around 15 to 17 degrees Celsius is the average temperature. Without this effect of global warming, the Earth's temperature would reach few minus degrees Celsius. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬದುಕಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲಂತೆ ಈ ಗ್ಯಾಸಿಯಸ್ ಮಾಲಿಕ್ಯೂಲ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದು ಹೀಟ್ ನ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬದುಕಕ್ಕಾಗದಲ್ಲೇ ಸಾಯ್ತಿದ್ವಂತೆ. There will be less life existing on the earth without this global warming phenomenon. The earth's temperature will be several minus degree Celsius. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು? It is natural ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು. Then we have now human induced global warming. We are getting more talks related to global warming, more articles in your newspaper because we are emitting more and more gases which are responsible for global warming. ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಎಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್ ನೌ ಇಸ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಸ್ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ವಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ವಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಹೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯು ಫೆಲ್ಟ್ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್, ನಾವು ಚಿಕ್ಕವರಿದ್ದಾಗ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಮಚ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೀಟ್. ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್? Being in Kalaburagi, you may have experienced before also, but when we are kids, we do not have experienced this amount of high temperatures. Okay, at least for 2 to 3 degrees, the temperature we may feel. Okay, during the daytimes, we may feel this increase in temperature. Okay, this is because of human-induced global warming. Okay, then we call these gases. The gases which are responsible for this phenomena is called as greenhouse gases. Okay. And the effect is called as greenhouse effect. The effect is called as greenhouse effect. Simply because when you go into the greenhouse or polyhouse or glass buildings, you will experience some amount of heat because the glass is opaque to the outgoing radiation. Similarly, these molecules are transparent to the incoming solar radiation, but they are opaque to the outgoing terrestrial radiation. Terrestrial radiation emit ಆದಾಗಲೂ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಹಿಡಿದಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೀವಿ. So they cause rise in temperature of the earth. Okay na? This effect is known as greenhouse effect and the gases are called as greenhouse gases. In this chapter, let us understand one by one the major greenhouse gases. What are these gases and the greenhouse potential of them? Potential andre when compared to carbon dioxide, We take carbon dioxide as a reference point. When compared to carbon dioxide, how much more can methane emit? How much more can volatile organic components can emit? This is what greenhouse global warming potential. Okay. Take note. Global warming. It is gradual increase in Earth's temperature generally due to greenhouse effect. Greenhouse effect caused by increased levels of carbon dioxide, CFCs, other pollutants. Then, see, if there is no global warming, Earth would be minus 18 degrees Celsius. With global warming, the average surface temperature is 15 degrees Celsius. Then take down this definition. Greenhouse effect is the natural process. Excuse me. Natural process that occurs in Earth's atmosphere where certain greenhouse gases trap heat from the sun, traps heat from the sun, and keep planet's temperature within a range suitable for life. Average global surface temperature is 15 degrees Celsius without this effect, without, in short form, you write greenhouse effect. Without greenhouse effect, average surface temperature or average Earth's temperature would be minus 18 degrees Celsius. That side we have natural global warming, which is not so intense. The color of the earth remains blue, the atmospheric color, whereas this is human-induced greenhouse effect, which we are experiencing now. The color indicates it is red or orange color because of excessive heating. Then we have greenhouse gases. First and foremost, greenhouse gas is water vapor. Can you imagine water vapor is also one of the greenhouse gas which can hold atmospheric heat? Water vapor. First one is, it is the most significant greenhouse gas. It can hold terrestrial radiation. Okay. and it is opaque to the outgoing radiations. Okay, just write greenhouse gases in that first one, water vapor. In the option, if they are provided with water vapor, you should know it is also a global warming causing gas. Then in that you take down water vapor is the most abundant greenhouse gas. Just write GHG, greenhouse gas, most abundant. In any statement, if you get the most abundant greenhouse gas is carbon dioxide, that is wrong. Okay, the most abundant one is water vapor. Then second one, carbon dioxide. Where does we find carbon dioxide? ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ emit ಆಗತ್ತೆ carbon dioxide? Respiration. Okay, after respiration, vehicular emission, your industries, your centers, they will all emit carbon dioxide. That is not our goal to read here. Just take down this definition. Global warming potential is the amount of energy or heat trapped by gases when compared with carbon dioxide. Then you tell me what is the global warming potential of carbon dioxide? The other global warming potential is compared to the carbon dioxide. Then what is the global warming potential of carbon dioxide? It is taken as 1. Okay, it is taken as 1. We will compare other molecules potential by taking 1 as reference. Okay. If your vehicle emits a molecule of 1 molecule of carbon dioxide, it will stay in the atmosphere for about hundreds of years. Okay, na? 50 to 50 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ 100 ವರ್ಷದ ತನಕ the carbon dioxide has its lifespan, it will do warming. ನಾವು emit ಮಾಡಿದ್ದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ it will do warming, heating ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. You just take down lifespan of carbon dioxide 50 to 100 years. Okay. Other global warming potential. Next we have methane. Second, methane. It has global warming potential of 28 to 36, which means 1 molecule of methane can hold 20 times, 28 to 30 times more amount of heat compared to carbon dioxide. Okay. When 1 molecule of methane can absorb 28 to 36 times more amount of heat than carbon dioxide. Then you have nitrous oxides, which has the potential of 260 something. Then fluorinated gases, there are SF6 like this fluorinated gases, they can hold tens of thousands of years. They have more potential. Okay. Then we have methane. Can you say any source of emitting methane? Where does methane come from? Methane. Good. Cow dung inda barutte methane. Then burning inda allappa, cow dung enadru decompose agbekadre methane. Okay, next. Agriculture, we have paddy fields. Do you grow paddy here? Do you grow paddy in Kalaburagi? No. Paddy fields, we have water level around 1 to 2 meters. We should have stagnant waters. In that stagnant water, we see anaerobic respiration because there is no presence of oxygen here. We see anaerobic respiration. In such type of anaerobic condition, we see methane emitting. Okay, methane emission will be seen in paddy fields. Another one is cattle waste and domestic waste. Whatever the waste may be, if it is anaerobic in condition, then they will see the methane emission. What is the global warming potential of methane? 25 to 30%, which is more than carbon dioxide. Then lifespan, one molecule of methane remains in atmosphere for about 10 to 25 years. The international forums are scolding India because of this, because we are not emitting other global warming gases like them, okay? Like America, like European countries, we are not emitting carbon dioxide at par with them, but we are emitting more amount of methane because of rice cultivation. India is first in place of production of rice, okay? Via methane, we are getting scolded because nimma livestock cattle rearing ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ rice cultivation ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ನೀವು methane ಇಂದ ಬಹಳ global warming ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಬೈತಾರೆ. Then we have nitrous oxides. What is the source of nitrous oxide emission? Same, industry, vehicles, these are the source. It can has the global warming potential 300 times more than carbon dioxide. Then we have CFCs. You should mention this one because in ozone depleting substance and global warming substance, the students gets confused. CFCs. Take down CFCs here. Chlorofluorocarbons. ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ chlorofluorocarbons? In our ACs. This is emitting chlorofluorocarbon. Refrigerator is emitting chlorofluorocarbons. It has the potential. See the global warming potential, which is 5,000 to 8,000 times more than carbon dioxide. One molecule of CFC will remain in atmosphere for about 50 to 500 years. That's why we have to find some solution for cooling other than this refrigeration and air conditioners. These are biggest culprits. Then
no other.
Yeah, we have to find some friendly solution. That's what I'm saying. Apart from using ACs and refrigerators, we have to use some friendly solution. There is a solution replacing AC. IIT students identified this. They have arranged the pots, earthen pots. Okay. ಮಡಿಕೆಗಳು, ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮಡಿಕೆಗಳು ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, these earthen pots, but they are not closed. Usually the pots will be of this shape. They have formed the pots like this. Okay, empty hollow pots they have formed. They have arranged the pots one above the other in the room. They are stacking the pots. Okay, on that they will run a thin film of water. They will run a thin film of water on that and they will wet that. After wetting that, they will send air from that side of the hollow. They will send air from here, and when air traveling entire this tunnel, it will get cooled off and we will get cool air from this side. Okay, similar functioning of AC they have done with earthen pots. This is a good technology, but it cannot cool a larger area. Okay,
It's the source of air passing.
sorry, what's the
Source of
air? It's from outside only. Okay, it's from outside. Its functioning is similar to your earthen pot. During summers you drink water from earthen pots. No, while drinking water it gets cooled because of pores present in these earthen pots. These pores, they will evaporate the water and they will get cooling effect. Illi pores alli mele mele evaporation ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. When we evaporate, for example, when we sweat excessively, the body will get cooled down. Okay, we sweat to maintain the temperature. Okay. Inside the body, it will get cooled down. The similar phenomena happens in this earthen pots, but this is not suitable for larger areas like this huge rooms and all. We have to come up with good solution which can replace this AC and refrigerators. It takes more time. Then we have fluorinated gases. Any gases with HFC, PFC and SF6. These two also have high global warming potential and they have high lifespan. Okay. What is the effect of increased global warming? What it causes? ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ವಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Because air pollution, actually air pollution not will be happening by global warming. Pollutants can be global warming causing pollutants, okay? But this global warming is not causing pollution. Clear with this? Okay. The first and foremost impact of global warming or greenhouse gases is climate change. Okay. Our topic of discussion is climate change. Climate change. How the climate is changing. What is the meaning of climate? Climate andre enu? How it is changing. What is climate?
What we experience temperature, heat.
Yeah, that is climate. It is called as long-term weather phenomena. Long-term weather phenomena of a particular region over a large area for more years of duration, say around 30 years. On 30 years, ಒಂದು ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ತರ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಸಿಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಏನಂತೀವಿ ಆ ಏರಿಯಾದ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಇಫ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಫೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಡ್ಯೂ ಟು ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ವಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ climate change. If there is a change, that is called as climate change. Other effect is ozone layer depletion because global warming gases contains then acidification of water bodies. This is not actually direct impact of global warming. Global warming has direct effect, that is climate change. Okay. How to prevent global warming? Plant more trees. Afforestation, conservation of energy, save energy, reduce burning of energy, use of public transport instead of traveling alone in a Innova car. Policy interventions, which is not our part, which is government parts. Okay. Then government has come up with two major global initiatives. One is IPCC, which will be covered in your later parts. IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It deals with releasing reports. Okay. It will release some reports related to climate change. That report is called as assessment report, which is very much important to get data and facts. Okay. During your mains, you have to rely on such reports to get data and facts. Which country is emitting how much, how to reduce. Okay. Then we have one more important institute, which is UN body, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which is very much important, which is dealing specifically with our climate change. Okay. This is the body which is dealing specifically, particularly related to climate change. It is established in 1992. Every year they conduct meeting that is called as Conference of Parties. Every year they will conduct meeting. That meeting is called Conference of Parties. In that they will bring up with various initiatives. The important one is Paris Agreement, which is bought in 2015. Paris Agreement bought in 2015, then signed during 2020. All have agreed. The international organizer, under the international organization, all the nations have agreed to this Paris Agreement, which says to reduce the global warming less than 1.5 degrees Celsius pre-industrial level. It says to reduce global warming less than 1.5 degrees Celsius from your pre-industry. Before industrialization, the earth was good. After industrialization, we are experiencing extreme heats. Okay. This convention is important parts of environment. Then take down the definition of climate change. That's enough. Climate change is long-term change in temperature and weather patterns. Good. Oh, you should know this, some of the natural causes of climate change. We have studied about this continental drift. Who have given the theory of continental drift? I will give an hint, okay? It is first today's first chapter. Okay, I will give another hint. Good. Alfred Wegener. Okay. Then, due to plate tectonics, who have given the tectonics theory? There are three persons. Morgan, okay, Mackenzie, okay. Then we have volcanic activities. We have not dealt with volcanic activities. We know something basic. Volcanic activities is nothing but eruption of. Then we have ocean currents. We have dealt with ocean currents. We have dealt with two types of ocean currents, cold and warm ocean currents. These ocean currents also, the warm ocean current also heat up the earth. That's why it is a reason for climate change. Then we have another reason, Earth's orbital change. Due to orbital change also, for example, if this is Sun and this is Earth orbit, if the Earth change its orbit somewhere nearer to, quite nearer to Sun, it will cause us global warming. That's the few natural reasons. Take down any 2 or 3 natural reasons for climate change. At least you can guess this one. Volcanic eruption, you will get enormous amount of emission of sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, ash, etc. Then anthropogenic sources. Anthropogenic, the first and foremost is we emit greenhouse gases from transport sector, power sector, industry. This is the major reason. Apart from this, you should know this. Okay. Deforestation. What is deforestation? It is cutting of trees. When we cut down the trees, okay, I have to go to the basic. Okay. These trees have captured the carbon dioxide molecules. Okay. The trees have captured the carbon dioxide molecules and they have converted into biomass. Okay. When we cut down these trees, this carbon dioxide molecule which has been captured will be released to the atmosphere again. Why? Decomposition. Decompose ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು major molecule ಆಗಿ convert ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. It will get released into the atmosphere. That's why deforestation is one of the reason for carbon dioxide release. Okay, this is one thing. Another thing in deforestation. Imagine this is a forest. We have many trees. Okay. The carbon dioxide is not only present in air, it is present in cracks and crevices of soil. Do you agree with this? The soil also contains some amount of gaseous molecules. Even oxygen is also present in soil and carbon dioxide is also present in soil. When we cut down this tree, entire tree is vanished. When it is deforested, the roots which are holding this amount of carbon dioxide will be removed and the carbon captured in the soil will be released into the atmosphere. Okay? The carbon captured in the soil will be released. Gaseous molecule alva escape agi atmosphere serutte. Okay. This is according to IPCC report, which is not important. Okay. Mitigation and all you will learn in your later classes. Okay, this completes entire topic. Then we have only one definition left out, sustainable development. I think that is important. It is not given for me to cover these and all. Okay, sustainable development. Anything where if you get anywhere the name sustainable, it means use the resources for yourself and also leave the resources for future. Okay, use the resource for to meet your present needs and also conserve them for the future needs. That is the meaning of this sustainable. Okay, they means United Nations body come up with sustainable development goals. Okay, these goals should be fulfilled by 2030. You should know just brief introduction to this. There are 17 goals in that which are not been dealt. No, Just know now, as for now, United Nations has released Sustainable Development Goals, which should be achieved by year 2030. There are 17 different goals under Sustainable Development Goals. The first time the word sustainable has been used in a report, in an international report, that report is called as Burnt Land Report. Here it is. That report is called as Burnt Land Report. Okay. Just take down this statement. Sustainable development. Development that meets present needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Yeah. These are those 17 sustainable development goals given by UN body. Okay. Okay, that completes your session. Then with all the segments they have assigned me. Any doubts? Any doubts? Anything you need to ask? No doubts. Sir, off ಮಾಡಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಸರ್ ಇದು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ